Welcome back, everybody, to our second day of Rise of AI here at the Hybrid area. Today is actually my favorite day, being an investor at HV Capital. It's the Applied AI Day. And today we would like to talk a little bit around how is AI used in practice, what benefits are there, and especially what startups are building their business models out of AI. But to start off the day, I'm very, very pleased to have a very special guest for our keynote speech, because he is somebody who is one of the most successful VC investors in the European, maybe even worldwide ecosystem, Dr. Christian Nagel from Earlybird Ventures. Christian has more than 20 years of experience. He co-founded Earlybird. He IPO'd companies like Tip24 or Interhyp. He even invested in unicorns that were exited this year, like Peak Games, and he still sits on the board of Number 26 and has invested in UiPath. I can have a very long list. He's also a very, very successful sailor. So basically, he's a role model for me because I love sailing and I love VC investment. Unfortunately, he will tell us now how our industry gets disrupted. So Christian, welcome to the Rise of AI, and please enlighten us. What is the threats that are coming at me and you maybe in the future?
Yes, thank you very much for the kind invitation. Yeah, let me maybe start with a little anecdote. So, why do we see the industry is changing? It's mainly because nothing has changed for a long period of time, and we actually have been. There was about 2 years ago, have been called by a friend, a US VC, who called us and asked us, well, do you know this entrepreneur? He has a great idea. He's from Berlin. You must know him. He's around the corner. And we said, we have no clue. And we thought we have a good network and know things popping up and interesting topics, interesting entrepreneurs who come up with great ideas. And we haven't met him. But this US VC have met him. And then that happened again. And then we realized, well, obviously they have something what we are missing. They have support, tech support, so to say, and I come to this in a minute, what that means, what we are not have had at that point in time. And that basically triggered more. We have been discussing this and what needs to change, what we can do to change. This triggered the idea of basically that we need to act. But before I tell you the whole story, let me start with some support on the slides, so to give you a little bit overview of first of all how VC works. And many of you may know this, but there's a value chain like in all value chains and all businesses. And this is the venture capital value chain you see here. So basically, it starts with we call it sourcing, basically getting to know the entrepreneurs. That's very manual. This is mostly inbound. Sometimes it's a reach out. Also, we do like in many cases. Then comes the screening. Then obviously, from the many ideas we receive or look after, then we have to basically screen them down and see what is a fit. What do we like? Where do we have experience? Where do we like to invest? What fits into our strategy, investment strategy? So this is kind of the things which defines basically how we screen, what we screen, and what we do. Then comes, and everybody knows this who has found it, then comes the annoying due diligence, basically where we try to find out any liabilities, so to say. We turn every stone, well, not every stone, but at least we try to get a good picture of where we are, where is the company, are the numbers correct, and so on, are the contracts, so to say, perfect. And then comes the closing. After this, there's obviously much more work to do because it's just the start of a journey which takes a couple of years, and this may cases many years. It's rather more 10ish years than 5 years, so it's a kind of long journey where we do then support the companies we have in our portfolio, help them grow, make them raise the next round, then comes the next round. And finally, there comes the exit. And as you see, this process is very manual. It takes time, sometimes annoying time, especially when it comes to closings, can take a long time. And we thought after this experience, something is changed or has to change over time. So we believe also with if you compare where we have in the past and where we see the future, we see the past as being pretty basically inbound oriented. So basically the VC, I wouldn't say kind of arrogantly sits in the office and waits for good ideas to come. That's a little bit over exaggerated here, but this is exactly a little bit the picture maybe which is on the outside, and there's a little outbound. So we sometimes reach out and try to get to know entrepreneurs and see what they're doing. We believe this will drastically change. So there will be basically, it will be outbound. So the money is looking for the best entrepreneurs and the ideas and not the other way around. And especially in Europe, it will change. In the US, it has already started to change because there's much more money available looking for great entrepreneurs, great ideas. In Europe, it's a little bit the other way around. We have basically a lack of capital. And this will trigger and this change more to basically the VC, successful VCs. They have to reach out to the entrepreneur, get to know them, build a relationship, and then may finally find something which is a fit. It has to be a fit from both sides, and then the investment may happen. So this is our clear belief, and also basically supported by some experience in the past we saw. Now, to do this in an efficient way, because VCs have only limited capacities. So, and we see a deal universe, if we look into Europe, something in the range of 12,000 investments being made in the venture space. There are many more ideas out there. We believe it's in the range of 40, 50,000 great ideas out there, basically. Some find financing, some not, but this is the pool basically, which is out there of combination of entrepreneurs who have developed something and in many cases are looking for funding, or at least to look for build the business and look for, in many cases, for support to build the business. Now, this is a lot per year. I'm talking per year, so kind of 50,000 per year. Currently, we have in our database something like 12,000, which is also a lot. And our task is basically to find in this pool the best combination of us being a good partner and the best entrepreneurs. This is what we do. And obviously, with this becoming bigger, it's complicated. And that's why we started basically to think about, okay, what can we do? How can we use tech to help and support the process of basically of finding the right ideas, and also then helping screening them in a way that we very efficiently come to basically combinations of the VC and the entrepreneur being a perfect fit. And what you can see here on this chart is basically that we try to identify and how do we identify, and this is tech supported. We have developed our own tech in this respect now. We try to first identify the best ideas, and this goes via basically scrolling and identifying the sources. We have web crawlers basically crawling GitHub, crawling Product Hunt. We go through public registries like Handelsregister, Company House, and so on. We take social media, so we have a lot of sources. It's more than 100 sources basically we're tapping into to identify first of all. And this is we do. So then we know something. We know the company, we know the name, we know a couple of other things. Then comes the next step where we basically enrich this data, where we start making this more valuable by using other sources like news, like payment data, traffic data. We look into Crunchbase, into the investors being behind a financing round, and we look PitchBook, CB Insights. So we use other sources basically to enrich this data. So out of these kind of just information about a company comes more information which are relevant to us in the sense that we basically have certain criteria of what we look at, and this is different from VC to VC. Some like to invest more in that sector, some like to do more fintech, some like to do more logistic tech, some do others. So, but this was very simple. Obviously, then we have other criteria like which phase is the company in, which geography is the company in, and so on. So a lot of criteria basically we fill into our engine now and start to enrich the data by information, which we then can use basically to identify the right companies here. And this process, with this process, basically the outcome is that we know much more, that we have a much enriched profile of a company. So we already know much more. And this goes not just into companies, and can be something like a developer publish something on GitHub and saw some traffic jumps or something like this. Can be an app being in the App Store, can be something like this. Very simple examples now, but just to show that these signals we take and then it can identify potential interesting investment opportunities for us, or interesting ideas, interesting entrepreneurs behind these ideas. So now we have this enriched data, and now the point is that with this enriched data, basically we benchmark those. So we try to basically find out what is relevant. And for this, we do take these sources, and this is where this algorithm starts to learn. So basically, we say, well, this database is better than the other database, and this is a research study which was done at the Technical University in Munich, and they basically compared different sources and compared them and ranked them. So what you see here is the ranking of different sources in terms of how valuable are these information, how precise they are, how actual they are, and so on. So we start ranking basically the different sources we have to the importance, basically to consider them and make them relevant for our engine. And this is what we do, come with a ranking. And this is also learning basically, because this can change over time, but at least you have a starting point from which you can refine the importance of different sources and the ranking, relative ranking of those with regard to basically the evaluation of certain data points we receive out of those databases. So what in the end it comes to this metric. This is interesting to understand. So in the end, you want to be, and on the horizontal axis, you have the kind of how efficient you are. Are you manual? Manual is hard to handle the data flow we have currently, or are you completely automated? And then the question is, how do you trust these sources I just mentioned, but how you also trust any algorithm? And obviously, you like to be very automated and like to be have reliable outcome. The issue only is that today nobody really trusts the engines. So you would always say, well, I rather trust something where I have objective control, where I have grip on the data, where I have seen it, where I have basically have must trustful basically source, direct source, not indirect sources, and don't trust an engine which combines different data over time. And so this is what you expect, but you like to be basically in the right upper corner here, where you have basically a high efficiency, meaning highly automated, and you can trust the results here. And we also refer here on the study which is done on the Technical University of Munich, which came to interesting results. And what this shows here is that basically you can trust the engines. So we have reached a state of machine learning and capability of AI algorithms that you can start trust these engines. And this is basically, again, relying on this study done on Technical University of Munich. And they compared basically the outcome of different investors in terms of if you give the investors the same set of companies, 10 companies, and the investors should choose the ones which are the best. And this is what we did here, or what they did. They did this and had basically investors choose among those. And then they also ranked the investors in terms of, are these very successful investors? Is this proven over time? So they really did a lot of data analytics here on that end to find out how does the investors, so basically us, compare to what the engine would recommend. And the outcome is quite surprising in the end. So the engine is as good as the best investor, what you can see here. So you have in terms of accuracy and in terms of recall, we are at 80% here, meaning so to say that the best investor has an 80% hit rate on the best investments done. And the engine, the XGBoost, comes to the same level, so also the 80%. And this shows, or at least is an indication, where you now can say you can trust somehow the engines more than maybe in the past. So that doesn't mean that you basically, the engine is taking the decision, but at least shows that the algorithm can support you in terms of finding interesting, according to your profile, what you are looking for, interesting investment opportunities. And obviously the investment decision still stays with the investor and is not being replaced by an engine, but at least you can say, well, it's heavily supported and probably will be more supported over time. So heavily, maybe not as of now, but over time will be more supported by an engine who gives you more transparency, gives you more accuracy in terms of what do I really look for and where do I find it, and probably shows you things you have never discovered before. And I mentioned this, so far we have been seeing something like 8,000 investment opportunities per year. With the auto sourcing, basically, so the engine sourcing, adding to this, we add this up to 30,000. And this is just, by the way, the Western European part of Europe. So it comes to 13,000. Now the question is, or the point is not that we always try to achieve and get more interesting opportunities. The point is that we would like to also have support in terms of more efficiently filter this down to the one which are really relevant, which are meant the perfect matching between investor and entrepreneur. And this is also something we see being supported can be supported by an engine, so that we in the end are not flooded with even more investment opportunities, but it's being basically, we see even less, or basically active deal with less, but those are more relevant. And that's a big difference from the past, that you have basically tools which can help you and source and scrape and so on to increase the number of potential investment opportunities. But this is not it. You can do this, and there are other ways of doing this. But with a smart machine learning engine, with a smart basically implementation of AI algorithms, you can basically qualify this to an extent that you find, again, much more efficiently, and you basically be broad. You see almost everything, or have at least access to everything, and the engine helps you making this more, boiling this down to a more size which you can then manually go after and focus on, which is obviously much more efficient for both. So it's much more efficient for the entrepreneur, and also obviously much more efficient for us. If you then look into the value chain, what is happening? So we believe that there will be a increasingly support on the sourcing side. You can describe it as kind of, we augment the VC. So the VC gets something which gives us more insights into what is out there, where are the interesting opportunities, and helps you. And this is the next step in the value chain, which is marked with a check mark. Somehow, I wouldn't say this is completely solved, but at least there are solutions. You can build solutions. We have built a solution which helps us also with the screening part of it. We believe that with this will continue. We believe in due diligence. We see also something. We haven't basically gone to the next step as early bird now, but we believe that it will happen. It will also be supported by an engine. The closing contracts thing will also, just as a point, smart contracts will come. Why do we need to basically put this on contracts? Why is there not something basically as a kind of standard? I think this will also become much more efficient. But we haven't done any effort in this direction, but we believe this will come to also make these steps more efficient. If you look to support for the portfolio companies we have invested, we believe that there also will be support with regard to competitor analysts. Where are they basically? So that also we see there that there can be very valuable use of machine learning and AI algorithms, and so tools basically which can support even further across the entire value chain. So and we hopefully in the end also everybody will benefit from this. So the entrepreneur who basically gets a better match in terms of finding the right VC at the right point in time, and also basically with regard to the process in terms of getting closing and everything faster done, and so the entire due diligence process being much more efficient, and then also more and better support in the course of the lifetime, which is obviously time-wise the most of the time you spend together. This is basically what I wanted to present here. So in terms of the use of or the change, I wouldn't say it's a disruption of the VC, but at least it's something which is a change, and we haven't seen a change for a long period of time. So this value chain I presented is almost unchanged over the years, and now we believe that this will change and will become much more efficient and hopefully beneficiary for both, again, as mentioned, for the entrepreneur and also for the VCs making use of it. And we are not completely new in this. The US basically gave us the final trigger to develop this, and now we are at a stage that we're really using this. And but this will be, I think, or we believe, the norm for VC. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Christian, for being exactly on time. That was perfect. We have 6 minutes left for questions, and if I may, I would pick something from the chat. We have one question from Thorsten. Sorry, I have to read this. Kathöfer. Aren't you afraid that clever AI founders will understand the algorithm, above all, make themselves valuable by tuning the data sources of the algorithms? Maybe provoking GitHub stars could be an example.
Well, there's always way to cheat engines, then the engines will become better. So it's a race always, like everywhere. And it's not so that we're blind tapping into something. It's not basically that the algorithm is finally writing the check, or that the contract will be automatically executed. I think that's not the case. So it's still something where we can interact then and obviously find out and check whether it's correct or not. And I'm sure we will be tricked. That's a given. So
maybe one advice to the audience: if you want to get attraction by a VC, just change your title to founder, and everybody will jump on you. Another question is, since you mentioned the picking phase or selection picking phase, there's some data like market size. Would you also look for that, or is that something your analyst would do? So from the AI side, sorry.
Yeah, I think, well, the AI can help here. I think there's still a lot to do, I would say, since sometimes, in some cases, not so easy to grab market sizes, especially since we like ideas or products and developments which are not have a defined market size. So this is interesting that you basically open up new markets. In those cases, obviously difficult to grab market size and analyze market sizes. But this is something we like somehow, because opening up new markets is very interesting, because you basically have no competition in these markets and find in many cases kind of blue ocean type of things. So, but so we haven't made our mind how this can be basically supported by the engine. But again, so I think we can't completely eliminate. Also is manual support and also support within the VC, but I think to a large extent you can optimize the process.
What is your feeling like based on the current results that you have? And I think you started also this year, or probably also before that, digging deeper into the topic. What are the main drivers for selection criteria? Is it the people, where they come from, universities? Is it more the product, so the recognition on Product Hunt? What is really helping you that you can already analyze today?
Well, it's always the combination of the entrepreneur, so the people, the person we like to get to know, and the product. So this combination always. And sometimes, obviously, the person you can't probably the engine can't help too much on the person. Only maybe with regard to a background. Is it a repeat entrepreneur? Has he been backed by others? So there's still a little support which is helpful with the engine, which you can usually with the engine. But then it's about the product and good products basically they just show traction and normally ideally traction without spending a lot of money, so you can see early traction early on. The question is, does it mean a lot? It can, but not necessarily. But this is something we can also get support from the engine basically to find out these spikes you see and basically in take up or usage of products. This is something you can see, and in the end, it's a combination of a fantastic entrepreneur who has the right guts and has the vision of realizing something and the product.
And since this is an AI conference, can you shed some light what kind of AI algorithms or areas of AI are you usually applying at the moment? Is it more the NLP part where you maybe it helps you discovering the right companies, or is it more on the data crunching part where you automatically look for certain patterns?
Currently, it's basically the first of all, it's the widening the funnel. And as we train the engine, because that's a manual part of it, basically to set the right basically measures and the right and to fine tune the relevancy of different parameters. This is exactly where we are in the process. So now we have just a very much increased funnel, and now it's about basically making them more official and finding out what is relevant for us. And this is exactly where in the phase where this engine gets trained and where we see early results quickly. That's the early wins you find currently in terms of making this more efficient, and so basically guiding us to the right in terms of spot on the focus areas we like to invest but this is exactly the phase we are in, basically, that the engine gets trained over time now with regard to our criteria. So what are we really looking for in terms of which sectors, which geographies, and then obviously trickling down much more granular over time.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Christian. I think there is a disruption coming. I recently spoke to CodeU and they told me they have 30 million annual budget for data scientists. And I think at least our fund doesn't have that.
Unfortunately, we don't have this either.
Yeah, so we have two people. So we're all getting there. Let's see what happens. Thanks so much for telling us some of your insights, and maybe we can continue this on a sailing trip one day. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you very much.
So now we learned how to set up our own data-driven VC fund, maybe with 30 million budget or a little bit less. I would say next we should learn, if we don't want to set up a VC, maybe we can even earn money ourselves by using AI, applying AI. And I'm very, very happy that we have a very special guest today who is in the room, I think. Very good. Coming soon. Raul Glavan, sorry. He's a, you could say, quant trader. So he earned a lot of money himself by just using different kind of algorithms, statistics, AI in several competitions. I read that he won against 2,500 other traders the Iron Trader 2011 award. Sounds a bit like the Iron Man, but he made a tremendous return on that. He also has a very, very well-performing Wikifolio in competition, and he wants to share this experience and help us also maybe getting rich or maybe just having a nice outcome of our own portfolio. So I'm very, very glad to learn more about that. Please welcome Raul.
Thank you. So, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Raul Glavan. And yeah, I'm very happy to speak today about how to build a money printing machine with AI. And yeah, so we are going today to 20 minutes, much of content. I'm a very practical guy, so it's not too theoretical today. I'm just showing you how to do it. And just to think about why I am and why Rise of AI, this is my 5th time at Rise of AI. I'm very happy, and I think one of the most loyal guests of Rise of AI. But today I'm here as a speaker, and I'm very proud of it, and I'm very happy to be here today and speak about this topic. And yeah, so. As I said before, I don't want to be too much on the theoretical side, because you have a lot of dreamers in AI, you have a lot of strategies and concepts and all this stuff, and you should, perhaps, probably, when, in 10 years, if. So this is not what I'm doing. I'm trading, and I'm trading now. At this moment where I'm doing this speech, I'm trading AI. My AI is trading for me. And I'm using my own capital, and I'm going with my own risk. So last year, I quitted my job in the asset management industry to trade my own capital with AI. So this is something from a very, I would say, a practical perspective today. And we have also 2 polls, so please feel free to answer them and participate. And I'm looking at the poll, so would be interested if you are using AI for trading, or would you use AI for trading, and also if AI is, if you have an AI, what makes money for you. So yeah, so let's start with the presentation. And like always, we have presentations in finance, you have always a disclaimer and a risk disclosure statement. So just to keep in mind, when we are trading, this is always with risk. And you have to do it on your own research and your own ideas. And this is not an advice. Don't rely on any data. Don't rely on anything you hear at this presentation. Make your own research, make your own analysis, and don't trust me. So this is just the statement for this. I'm not a financial advisor. So usually when I make a keynote speech or anything, I'm just talking about what I'm doing and who is Raul Glavan, but we have 20 minutes, and 20 minutes is not that much. So let me Google that for you. Just type my name into it, and I have a lot of interviews, I have a lot of articles. You can go, if you want, in different languages, in different lengths. 3 months ago, I had a home story of 10 pages about what my favorite food is and what I have done as a teenager. So if you're interested, go there. And as I said before, I quitted my job in the asset management industry, so I'm trading. And something what is interesting for you, I think, when I started trading this year my own capital, when I traded my own capital, so then at this moment I entered the World Championship of Trading. Just to prove it on a public basis, if it's possible to trade with AI and if it's possible to trade successful with AI. And well, it worked quite well. So I think most of the weeks in this year, or a lot of weeks in this year, I was in the first place in this World Championship of Forex trading, so I'm trading currencies. And at the moment, I'm something like 150% net return this year, and we go later in the metrics, but just about what I'm doing. And then the next topic is how to build a money printing machine, do it yourself. So, is it possible to build a money printing machine with AI? Yes, of course it is possible. We have a lot of quant funds, we have a lot of people doing this, and it is something what has been done in different endeavors, in different, I would say, structures, as a prop trading shop, as also as a hedge fund, also in the high frequency trading space. People are doing this, but they are very private. The most people don't talk about this. They don't talk about this public because it's obviously it's very lucrative if you can do an own money printing machine. So in this problem, it's very secretive, everything. So, but these data scientists, anonymous data scientists, are very happy. They have their own money printing machine, so it is working. But now the problem is it easy? And is it easy? No. The problem is very, very hard to build machines like this. And the why there are a lot of problems why it is not working and why it is very, very hard to do it. First of all, it is public data. Public data is very competitive. Everyone is looking on public data. Public data is, for example, prices of stocks, prices of other assets, and so on. This data is, everyone can access them, very cheap, very easy, and this data has nearly no prognostic value. It's very hard to get any insights out of this data. If you want some insights out of this data, then you have to use some alternative data. And this is proprietary data, this is private data, and this is very hard to get. There is also public data, a lot of good public data, but it is unstructured, it's hard to access, you have to put a lot of work into it. And based on this, it's very, very hard to get to this data, and this is why it's not that easy. The second thing is, if you want accurate data, and when you are a data scientist, you know accurate data is very hard, because the most time series you get are often crap. And if you have crap data and you put it in your model, then you get also crap as outcome of your model. So you need very accurate data and not a lot of missing values, doubling data, and so on and so on. So, and this is also expensive to buy this kind of data. And yeah, then the next thing is markets are very efficient. Of course, markets have a lot of competition. All around the world, people are in competition in these markets, and this is why markets are very, very efficient. And it's very hard to gain an edge against other market participants. And you have also transaction costs. You have a lot of things. They are very, very hard to beat at the end on a long-term basis. And yeah, the relationship of asset prices have a lot of possible, unbelievable much of variables. They are influencing the market prices. And yeah, this is extremely competitive. Public data is nearly useless, so it's not easy, but it's possible. Okay, this is my cookbook. So we have 6 steps, but I've tried to do it. And the first 2, I think, are for me the most important. So first of all, data acquisition, and also the pre-processing of the data and the feature engineering. I would say, on a very practical basis, 80% of my time I'm investing in these 2 steps. So if you are into this field, please do a proper feature engineering, get a lot of good data, and build your own crawlers. And for example, I've seen so many models in my life, because I have more than 1,000 models built. And I'm doing this for roughly 20 years. I started in a very young age as a teenager. And I've seen so many problems in just feature engineering. Please don't do this. For example, missing values. Find something how to interpolate them, or don't use it at all if you have too much missing values or doubling data. I have seen a lot of people don't measure their features about their importance. So you have to do an let's say, analysis of your features and how important they are or not. And you can do this, for example, with decision trees. With decision trees, it's very easy to do it, and then you get how important these features are. Other thing what I've seen a lot of times is, for example, collinearity. You have, and this is just crazy, don't do this, don't use technical analysis. Technical analysis doesn't make sense if you know what it is, and this is the problem also. The most people don't have enough domain knowledge. They are just good in the number crunching, they are just good in the model side, but they don't have idea about trading, about stock markets, about all the other things. And based on this, they are using, for example, 20 technical indicators. But the problem is the technical indicator is just a derivative of the price. So you are using 20 times different price series. It doesn't make sense. Please use not these technical analysis indicators. I'm showing you today a lot of cool ideas, what you can do practical for your models, but don't use them. And also what I've seen, this collinearity in technical indicators, but also a lot of other indicators you can use. Don't do this, and it doesn't make sense. And it makes your model slow, and your predictive value will decrease. So this is, I think, one of the most important things. And yeah, I'm using most of the time LSTMs. Sometimes decision trees, I like them because they are more basic. You can do this feature important stuff easier. With LSTMs, you have more the option with sensitivity analysis, and this is very hard to do it. So most of the time, it's easier for you to start with decision trees. But when you are using LSTMs, they are very good for this for time series analysis, especially for financial data. I like them very much. And also, this is also very practical. I have seen it in hundreds of models out there. They have a look-ahead bias. They are using data when training their models. At this time, when they are training their models, they don't have this data. For example, for LSTMs, you are normalization the data because you have an interval, and if the difference is too high, the deviation, the LSTM is not working. Okay, so you are doing a normalization with your data. And I've seen so many models. They are normalization. They're doing this normalization with their training set and their test set at the same time. So at the moment you are doing your training set, you don't have the future data. You don't know the normalization of the future in 10 years. So it doesn't make sense, but there are a lot of models you see with this problem, and a lot of other problems. For example, if you have economic data, and they are published on, let's say, on the weekend, on Friday evening, but you're calculating your model with data from Thursday, then it doesn't work because you are using data from Friday when you are on Thursday. You don't have it in reality. So look-ahead bias is very, very dangerous. And well, I can talk about this hours. Oh no, weeks. But we have 20 minutes, so I have a lot more content. Run the model, yes. Optimization, and please always do use humans and do these steps always again. Challenge your code, challenge your databases. This is very important, and really go and do the visualization work. I've worked with so many people. No, I don't want to do visual. It takes too much time. Well, if you don't do the visualization, then you don't see the obviously problems. For example, outliers and so on. But okay, we have to go on. So this is something some people know me from the sentiment space. And they say, Raul, I know what data you mean. You are talking about Twitter data. And Twitter data is the hottest shit. So, and I said, no, guys, I'm using Twitter since 10 years. I was one of the inventors of Twitter data, and I have done this speech. This is just what I want to show you. This is a proof from London, 2012. I made a speech in London 2012 to explain exactly how to do analysis with sentiment on Twitter data and also on other social media data, 2012. And my models are running in this time in 2011. I won a lot of competitions with sentiment analysis at the time. And no, this is not the fancy new shit. This is just very old, and I'm using it. It has some predictive value, and this data is very interesting, but it's not new. But I'm showing you what is new. So, this is not scientific, okay? This is just, I'm a coder and I'm doing thousands of models, so please, it's just how I see the world, okay? This is the easy public data, and this is what the most people are looking at. The most people are looking at fundamental data, price data, and technical indicators. So this is price to book value in the fundamental space. The price data, of course, is the stock price, for example, or the price of copper, or the price of anything. And there is also technical indicators, like oscillators, like simple moving averages, and so on and so on. But to be honest to you, this is the easy data. And the easy data, millions of funds, of people, of traders are looking at. This data has little value. You should use, instead, this one. It's hard public data. It's just what I call this, okay? And hard public data is, for example, sentiment analysis. Sentiment analysis has some value because it's not so easy to get the sentiment of the market, of the traders, of other participants, and this is very interesting data. We go later into detail of sentiment analysis. I'm showing you some of my sources, and you see that what I'm doing is a lot of data. I'm very much, I think it's just, I'm crawling data, and I'm pre-processing data, and I'm assemble data, and I'm very much a data guy at the end. And service, for example, LinkedIn layoffs is just it's just an idea for me. But that you have an idea how to get an edge on this market. For example, you are crawling LinkedIn, and in LinkedIn you are crawling one company, and this one company, for example, is you can see that 1,000 people, employees, are changing their profile at the same time. Now you know, wow, there is something happening. probably, and this is what most of the times would happen, is there will be a layoff, there will be a job cut. So, but this information, you have to crawl in the media. If this information is not public at this time, you have an informational advantage. Because no one knows at this time in the market that, for example, this company is lay off 1/3 of the employees. But if you know this information, then you know usually markets are reacting in the same way when it's a stock, so it's rising. Stocks rise when people in this kind of layoffs are happening. So if you have this information before the market, you can participate. You can make your trades of it. And this is just one very simple example how you can use, for example, alternative data and how you build your own crawlers with public data. This is just public data. They are accessible, and you can do this on your own. You just need to build the crawlers and the databases. And then you have some very insightful data. Yeah, there are a lot of flows between asset classes. The CO2 report, I think, it's very useful. Insider trading, of course, but also insider trading, don't use it as the most people use it. It doesn't make sense. It's not one insider buys the stock and then it has an information well. No. For example, if you're using insider trading data, you need a track record of this guy who is trading this company. Because if he's a CEO and it was CEO before and previous he was also a CEO, so you have a track record of 20 or 50 transactions of this guy. And if this guy is doing well as an insider in his company, then you have an informational advantage. Number one. Number two, for example, you have to build ratios because the payments, salary of CEOs and other insiders are often public. And because when they are public, you can make a ratio. For example, if a CEO earns 10 million a year and he makes an insider trade with, let's say, 100,000 US dollars, this is not significant. But if this guy who earns 10 million invests 10 million in his own company, then it gets significant. So you have to do this number crunching really, really on detail. It's not that easy, oh, he's buying a stock. No, you have to analyze. Has he a positive track record? What is the ratio of his income? And so on and so on and so on. You have to do a lot of work for every single of these sources. And yeah, social media. But now, and this is where the real magic comes into, there's also unexplored, unstructured private data. And if you have access to this data, it's very interesting and you should use it. Agricultural data, for example, ESG data, patent analysis, for example, how innovative stocks are. You can compare them, and so on and so on. Credit card transactions, product reviews, IoT data, your whole house will be connected. You get a lot of interesting data out of this, construction data, weather patterns. It's just crazy because I've seen so many models and it doesn't make sense. Some of my friends are doing this at a fund and they say, well, I'm used this model for all assets. And I say, you really use the same model for forecasting an Amazon stock, like for forecasting the copper price, and you're using the copper price model for analyzing euro-US dollar currency pair. It doesn't make sense. So you have to do one model for one asset. This is what I am doing. I have for every asset I'm trading an own model. I know it's a lot of effort. It's not fun, 100%, but it's the only way. It's the only way it works. Sorry, it's very competitive what we're doing here. And now I'm just showing you for one of these points, it's just sentiment analysis, what my data sources are. And just for equity, and just one excerpt, it's just a small sample. So just for equity, sentiment, in the long term, I'm using this kind of data, in the medium term, and in the short term, I'm using this type of data. So that you can just imagine, I'm using from the space of sentiment analysis, equity, something like several hundreds of several time series data. And all of them are compiled, are built, I'm testing them since, as I said, nearly 20 years. So, as I said, yeah, it is possible to build these money printing machines, but I have not said it's easy. So, and I want to show you, for example, feature importance for my, in this type, it's S&P model. So it's also just an excerpt because I have a lot of features, but you can see, for example, I'm using a lot of corporate insider data because corporate insider have a prognostic value, and they are very interesting source of forecasts. And also S&P liquidity premium, mutual fund flows, and so on and so on. These are the top 10, and then I can show you. This is a bit borderline because now I'm showing you signals, okay? Don't do this, this is not an advice, okay? Never trade don't rely on this. But you see the green dots are entry points. They are buy points from the last 60 trading days. 60 trading days are something like 90 days in reality, so the last 3 months. And you can see that there are 2 signals in S&P. And yes, of course, they are perfect in this, in this case, yeah. And also, for example, this is my feature importance of copper. And you can see it's whole different than my features I'm using for S&P. For example, you can see here, of course, copper, very, very important, is the production. Supply demand, all the economic stuff then is more important when you want to trade, for example, commodities. And also, you can see my signals, for example, for the copper price, also the last 90 days. And yes, also hitting very good. And yesterday, this is why I updated the presentation. Yesterday, I got a new sell signal. It's the red dot, so, but don't do it. And I'm doing it because I'm doing a good of money with my models, but please, you don't do it. And for as you can see in this signals, I would say it's something like 4 weeks. This is the time horizon of every signal I'm doing. Okay, so you have seen how the signals are, how the feature engineering, and now you need some results. I think because now it's just a guy who's talking with, but what are real results? And this is, I want to show you also results of my trading. So what if someone comes to you with a back test, and in this back test he says to you, I'm 90% of the time, or over 90% of the time, I'm correct with my trades. And what about when this guy says he has a profit factor over 30? 1 unit of loss has 30 units of winnings. So what would you say if someone is telling this to you? And you would usually say, and the maximum drawdown is just under 5%, you would say it's stupid, it doesn't make sense. And because look-ahead bias, markets are efficient, sample size is too small, overfitting, and so on. And then let's go into real results. And real results are even better. So this year I'm trading with a 94% accuracy. These are real traded with my own money. This is an account in the US, and this is the World Championship account. So it's overviewed every day from a different party on a third-party basis. And they are scanning all my trades. Yes, sample size is small, of course, and I'm running far above my expected value. I'm running better than expected, but it's not bad for me. But I think I will get a drawdown in the future. And yeah, so I have a maximum drawdown this year of 2.3% and a net return of 150% this year in Forex trading on the World Championship. So yeah, hopefully it was interesting for you. You get some insights. It was a pleasure for me. And yeah, we are at the beginning of the greatest technological transformation in the history of mankind. I'm very happy to speak today here at Rise of AI, and thank you for your attention.
We have to try to keep a distance here on the stage. Thanks so much for this. And we have a few questions for the audience, so I would try to rush through them. So Daniel Förster has a very good question, I think, that you can apply generally to models. So what happens if everybody or more people are using AI models, and especially if the larger funds are doing that as well? I guess they are already doing that. So
they are doing this, and the competition will rise. So the markets are getting more efficient. And when markets are getting more efficient, it's better for everyone. So bid-ask spreads are declining, the liquidity is higher. It's more fair for everyone if the markets are getting more efficient. For example, when you are going to retirement and you have a portfolio of your stocks, and you want to sell them, then you are getting the better price because you are more in the reality. What is the intrinsic value of your stock or your commodities or your currencies, what you have. So it's a good thing. But at the end, it will kill the profits and the margins, and the competition will rise, and it will getting harder to build these models. Yes, it's very hard then, yes.
Right, Oliver Rath has a question more around the amount of data, how you store that, how you handle it.
Well, I'm doing this completely on my own because I have seen a lot of things in this financial world, and to be really honest, I'm a bit paranoid, but I don't using cloud services. I have my own servers, and I storage everything on my own with my own infrastructure, and I think this is the only way you have to do it because when you are having something that really works, everyone wants to have it. Want your code, want your data, and data is the most important thing and your best source for your models. So for me, I'm a bit paranoid, and I have everything on my own.
Maybe a follow-on question from myself. How do you spend your day? How much time is it on training the models, looking for new sources?
Well, to be honest, the most time is on the data side, and then there's also a lot of training, but training is paralyzed because I don't have to sit there and just watching the epochs running. But at the end, I'm always running some optimization on my models, and I'm always watching if there is something interesting in the data. But most of the time, I would say it's feature engineering is 80%, model is 10%, and the other 10% is something like idea generation. And I think this is how I spend most of the time, yeah.
So maybe about idea generation. Tina Kranz asked, what about special knowledge, maybe domain-specific knowledge? Do you have experts, people that you talk to? How do you gain that knowledge?
Yeah. Well, it's a good question at the end. You have a lot of network you are building in this time, and this is very important because when you are with these guys and someone is very strong in weather. And weather is very important, for example, if you want to trade orange juice, because orange juice is mostly built in the US, in Florida, and then it's very dependent on this weather. But I have no idea about weather. So if you have someone who is an expert in this kind of area and has a very specific domain knowledge about how to forecast weather and so on, then you are going to contact them. And this is what I'm doing a lot of times. I'm talking with the experts in their fields about how to get data, what is a reliable data, and how to use it. And this is something I have built a network over the last years. Yeah.
I think you inspired Oliver Rath. By the way, here's another question, and he wants to start trading.
Yeah,
so,
cool.
what trading basics do people need to know for AI trade well? Where to start, I guess.
Okay. Sorry, we have 20 minutes and 10 minutes. Wow.
We can post one URL where you can start reading.
Well, at the end, I hope you can code in Python. This is very, very important for you. Also, you need to learn the libraries, TensorFlow, Keras, and all this stuff. I think this is also very important. And then, if you want to learn, go on GitHub. And just take the first codes you can see and try them. Yeah, try them in your own notebook. Is this working? Is this not working? Because the most models I've seen, they are public in the internet, are very, very simple. They are not complex, and you can replicate them. And just change the numbers, change the data, and so on. And this is, I think, how you can start practically. You have no idea then about neural networks, okay? But you can start with some models, yes.
Cool. And we post in the chat, and I think I also already posted your website, so we can read a little bit about you because you share your knowledge. Thank you for that. Thanks for coming here, and I hope you will enjoy the conference.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Thanks. All right. Coming up next, I think digitally, because we now spoke a lot about how we could build a VC fund based on AI. How we can do AI trading. And yesterday we already touched the topic around regulation. What is AI really doing? Do we really understand what's happening there? And this black box of AI, can we actually unbundle it? And I'm very happy that Professor Dr. Beryl, I have to read the story, Cermatec, I hope I pronounced it well, from the Jönköping University in Sweden, is here with us. She has done tremendous work in all different fields, industrial fields, but also machine learning, AI statistics, and she will help us shed some light on this topic. I hope you're ready, and welcome, and let's start. great. Beryl, can you hear us?
I hear you.
Welcome. Let's start.
Thank you very much for your nice welcome, and you pronounced my name perfectly. Thank you for that. And good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to meet you at this virtual event, Rise of AI in 2020. I hope it's real event again next year to meet each other. I'm Beryl. I'm a scientist working on computer vision and AI, as I'm very nicely introduced. Thank you very much for that. I'm pursuing my academic career, but besides, I'm developing robust algorithms for industry as well. In both academic work and industrial work, it's extremely important to know what we are doing with our AI or machine learning models and to explain whether we can trust on decisions of these models or not when we are using them either in scientific work or in industrial work. Therefore, we have to develop trustworthy AI, and in other words, we have to know how we can develop AI that we can trust. This is going to be my topic today, and I would like to have a short discussion with you in my short time to address these topics on our human needs, why we seek for trust in all areas of our lives, and our daily need, but our also industrial business need of trust, and how can we develop trustworthy AI, or is it possible at all to develop trustworthy AI, and what kind of mathematical tools do we have to see whether we can trust on our model or not. And finally, what's coming next? I would like to have a discussion with you, a little bit brainstorming, including my ideas and imagination, what could be waiting for us in the field of trustworthy AI. We human beings are social creatures. We do not only have physical needs like food and drinks, water, and we also need we also have other needs to survive. And Abraham Maslow in 1943, he's written a paper called A Theory of Human Motivation, and he suggested a very well-known Maslow's pyramid. And in this pyramid, he described human needs for our survival. The largest layer in the bottom corresponds to the layer which we need most for survival, and then their importance are reduced when you go upper, when the slides are getting smaller. And as you see here, after food and water, our humans' basic survival needs are safety, security, and which we can also summarize as trust. Assume that a baby who is born, who can find food and water, but not in an environment that he or she can trust and feel safe, baby will die. And we adults are not different than a small baby, but we are just in little bit bigger bodies, but our human needs are just the same like a baby. Beyond our physical needs, we need to trust in all our areas of our lives, not only close relationships, but also our businesses, when we are collaborating, working together under the same roof. And assume that you're a developer and you want to sell a model or deploy it on a cloud and make money with it, so other people can use and pay you monthly with subscription fee, for instance. This model gives a result. Is it safe to use? Is it trustworthy? Can other people really rely on its decision, what it says? And do they really get what they pay for? And does it also work ethically in ethical rules? So these kind of questions opened up as the field of trustworthy AI. So AI is, we know, already there. I mean, we are already use it. So I've got therefore one good news and one bad news. Good news is that AI is already in all areas of our lives. And the bad news is that AI is already in all areas of our lives. So assume that you applied for a credit card and it's rejected. This comes from a result of an AI algorithm, and you want to know why. Who is going to answer that question? And who is going to explain how this model is given the decision? Is it really ethically rejected or not? Assume that you are in a doctor office and doctor analyzed your CT scans, blood measurements with an AI algorithm, which is already being used in hospitals. And then doctor says only way to cure you is to have a surgery. Can you really trust? You will ask why, how this decision is taken. Somebody needs to explain us how these models are working in order to trust. And let's say you made a job application. You've seen some other speakers in the beginning of the day. I heard job applications are these days are also going through AI models because there are so many applications to scan and select a good candidate. And then decision is taken. And let's say you are not accepted to the position and you want to know why. So the question today is, can we really trust if AI is making decision for us? AI is really regulating all ways of our lives. I will start with some examples of how these models are affecting our lives, and then I will show you some tools that either developers or the business owners or people who want to know how AI is working can use to know whether AI could be trustworthy or not. I start with a story that Latanya Sweeney, she's a nice lady, as you see. She heard an exciting news from her colleagues. Her colleagues said, when we search your name on search engines, we only get some advertisement at site if Latanya is arrested. Get the truth about Latanya. Latanya is trustworthy? And they really want to know what's in her story, bringing her these advertisements. And Latanya was a data scientist. She was very curious about what's going on with it. And she wasn't only a scientist, but she was also a Harvard University professor in this area. So she decided to make a good analysis on how these engines are working. And she found out that her name is classified in a Black minority group, which are also in the past associated with some events which ended up with arrestment, and therefore these engines are bringing up results like is Latanya is arrested or not, but not for the other colleagues. So can we really rely on such a model to deploy somewhere and to use? Is it ethical to use? Another issue happened at a police office when they used pictures of the people to decide whether they've got risk to do further crime or not. And this AI model said high risk for Bernard, this is a real story, and low risk for Dylan. And they let both of them go. And Dylan, 3 days later, ended up in police station again, but Bernard had no issues later. So how this decision model is working on? Is it looking at long hair, tattoos, or is it really looking on some facial expressions? It has to explain us what it is looking at, what it is focusing at, to rely on the results at the end. Maybe you heard that examples. People added some little noise on pictures. A pig classification didn't work. It ended up classifying it as something else. Again, a panda is classified like another animal. Just a little bit noise is added. Even human eye cannot distinguish the noise, but this changes the decision. Assume that you're using this computer vision algorithm on a self-driving car, and suddenly the sensor became a little bit dirty and it cannot give the right decision anymore. These were bad working examples. Let's see a nice working example, but still needs explanation. Somebody developed a model of discrimination of wolf and husky, and at the end they saw that the model was working with 99.9% accuracy. And they were really surprised. Wolf and husky look like each other so much. That shouldn't give very high accuracy. Why it's working very nicely? So they also, even if the result is very good, we still have a question whether we can trust or not. So high performance of an algorithm doesn't mean that we can hide the trust. We still need explanation of why we can trust on this high performance. Therefore, there has been many studies of explainable AI, but as XAI, we are hearing it more often in last 2-3 years maybe. Before that, it was mostly called interpretable artificial intelligence algorithms, and it's been searched for almost 10 years at the moment. The idea is we need some mathematical tools. Let's say we've got some training examples, then we trained our AI model, then a new data came from a real environment, and the model, which is trained by training data, gets new example, gives a decision. And what XAI is trying to do to answer why this decision is taken. Then we go to a next step. The next step is to explain this why depending on the audience. So who is asking the question of why? If it's the developer who is asking why, maybe we need to explain it more theoretically about layers, what's going on in these layers. Is there a bias issue? Maybe you need to retrain it this way. But if it's an audience who is the end user, somebody waiting for a bank card, maybe we have to explain the decision-making process differently, either by simplifying the neural network or making more examples from how similar examples in the training set looked like, therefore the decision is taken. So explainable AI algorithms choosing process is really dependent on who is asking the question of why, who is the audience, to whom we need to explain this why. And when we want to explain why, we have developed mathematical tools to decide whether we can trust or not. Well, maybe we can trust by looking at this. We try to get ideas about training data set, about a model itself, and about the input where we are looking at in this input when we are making our decision, in order to explain our model a little bit to open up the data set. I'll just give an example of my own story. I bring my dog to vet, and then vet says I have to make this vaccine to your dog, and then I ask why, and then she says, for instance, because every other dog has this vaccine. So and then I have an idea whether I can trust on this answer or not. If she explained me differently, I've got this blood report, and then this shows me that this has to be cured with this vaccine. Maybe if it's explained differently, I can trust. So this how it is explained to us also brings us to the point of trust, whether we can trust on explanation or not. And this is never a mathematical thing. I mean, XAI methods are explaining training data, the model itself, where we are looking at input. They are explaining this mathematically, but there is no quantitative value to discuss trust. So the answer that the vet has been given might be less trustworthy for me, but maybe more trustworthy for other person. There's no quantitative issue about trust. This is the end user, the audience must discuss. Nevertheless, we are opening the black box a little bit. We are bringing a little bit transparency by our XAI methods. So opening up the transparency is possible by using some interpretability approaches in the mathematics, and choosing the approach, as we said, depends on the audience, who is asking the question, who is the end user. We have to pick one method of explainability depending on the audience and depending on how much transparency is needed. Does it need to be high level, or does it need to be very detailed? Maybe it's a developer, then we need to explain very, very detailedly. And what problems we are focusing on, what mathematical methods could be used in this development environment, for instance, are possible to be used in this environment, and whether the methods of explainability are used during the training process or after. Maybe model is pre-trained, you got it, but you have to explain it afterwards. So depending on which of these problems are occurring, we have to pick a XAI algorithm. And then the XAI algorithms are also classified as whether they explain the entire model or not, and whether they can split all the neural network layers and to components and explain or not, and whether they are focusing on the how the algorithm is trained or how the algorithm is functioning in real life or not. I listed some mathematical methods which are frequently used, but it's impossible to explain all of them right now. If you are interested, if you're a developer, please pick the slides and you search them further. I will just give you some examples. One of the most used example is SHAP or Shapely features, which list the feature importance. Then we can decide whether the algorithm, when it's decision making, looking at the right thing or not, or what it is looking at. We've got a Titanic dataset classification example where we classified whether the passenger died or not. Then we looked at the features of the passengers and listed their importance in the decision making, whether he or she died or not. And then we saw that mostly females survived and the males died. So we saw that in all this cabin number, ticket price, age of the person, all these features are looked, but which feature is the most important in that? It's the gender, whether it's female or not. So that explains a little bit how the decision is made, even if it's very high dimensional data set. And this is also applied pixel level to images to explain which pixels are contributing to the decision making. For instance, if the dog is classified as a dog, which pixels contributed to this decision making process? When this decision making process in pixel level is looked to the Husky and Wolf example that we looked in the beginning of the presentation, they saw that the AI, which was working with 99.9% performance, was looking at the background, and if it sees snow, it was classifying it as a wolf. If it sees no snow, it was classifying the animal as husky. So that's how it was working with very high performance, because all the wolf examples were coming with snow. But it wasn't looking at the animal at all when it's decision making. So high performance doesn't mean that the AI model is working well. We have to use XAI methods to know whether we can trust or not. So AI can tell us, XAI methods can tell us a lot about whether we can trust or not, whether there is a bias or ethical issues in this algorithm or not, and how to fix it. Because if we know how the decision is made, where it's looking at, we can also fix it later. So satisfied customer, satisfied developer, hopefully. What is coming next? These are just my ideas, but I'm just imagining that this XAI process will be real time someday. It will be like the AI model will explain to user real time why the decision is taken, and the user will give feedback. I don't trust how you give this decision. Maybe you didn't look at the writing. And then AI maybe retrains itself at that way or looks at other features and then improves the results, maybe gives a new decision and explains again. I'm assuming that this loop will be real time in the future, maybe getting feedback by verbally and improving the model real time. And what we've seen, to wrap it up, simple model doesn't mean that it's low performance, or more complex model doesn't mean that it's high performance. And higher accuracy doesn't mean that we can trust more. We still need to explain why this high accuracy is taken. And XAI at the end comes with both advantages and disadvantages. It might also end up with some security leaks, of course, if we explain something which doesn't need to be explained at that point. So that's all for my presentation, and thank you very much. I hope you reach me on website, on Twitter, on my newsletter, YouTube, and very nice to meet you here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Beryl. Very much on time. I can see you're a researcher. I guess we will have some questions from the audience, but maybe let me start by a first question. What do you think will be the main drivers in the future for understanding, or the need to understand AI? Is it the regulation that you see, or is it really more understanding the outcome of the models better, training the models better, maybe creating better products out of AI models?
Creating better products, I would say, because in AI, at this moment, we've got generalization problem. We are training algorithms with a data set, then we want to sell the product to somewhere else where it sees totally different data set that we even do not imagine, and we expect the algorithm to work. Then if it's not working, we need to explain why, what it was looking at, why it was working good in this place and not there. Let's assume that a self-driving car, which is developed within Germany, with all examples taken in Germany, all houses and streets learned for Germany, and you sold the car to another place, just in the Netherlands, I mean neighbor country, I tell you that it will not work with the same accuracy, because our buildings are all red color and all different kind of cycling roads, and it will not see the same data set. So it's important to know by developers when we are making decision, how we are making decision, what it is looking at, and is it trustworthy or not.
Yeah, I once learned from Tesla that they roll out, I think, their models in several areas at several times, because exactly what you just said. Our friend Fabian has a question. He might be in the room. It seems like he wants to start with an explainability test, and he wants to understand what technical expertise does he need for that. Maybe he should be a student of you.
Well, it depends on the audience, we said. If the audience is a person who wants to know how the algorithm is making decision, we can use methods which either simplifies the decision making process. Instead of showing the 100 layers of neural network, it can be shown by a simple decision tree. I looked at this, then I looked at this, then I looked at this, and this decision is taken, just to simplify the model. We can use such methods, or just like the feature importance, which features were important in this decision-making process. For instance, you applied for a job and you're rejected. Maybe somebody can use this feature important test and say that your publications were not enough, therefore you are rejected. Maybe the feature importance in that case could be helpful. But if you're a developer, then we've got a different story. You have to maybe explain in deeper levels. Maybe you have to really see if it's finding a wolf, if it's really looking at the animal, if it's really looking at the fur, not the background. Then how can I rearrange my training set so it can learn that even if there's no snow on the background, so it still recognizes the animal? Maybe you have to do some tricks in your training process. So depending on the audience, the methods and the explaining ways could be different, but the purpose is to communicate with anybody. If it's someone who doesn't know any programming, we still need to be able to communicate with XAI tools. This was what we were looking at when we are making this decision.
He might call you tomorrow. Be careful. There is a question from Eberhard Schnebel. It's actually also from Fabian, but Eberhard Schnebel had a question to that. How can regulation be technically implemented? More like a TÜV or a GFPR, self-responsibility, or like an inspection standard? So
This is a tough question, and I believe it's still open question for all Europe at the moment. We've got some local teams, national teams, and also teams collaborating Netherlands and Germany, all also collaborating within all Europe to try to decide what are the ethical rules. And how to regulate those rules, and how to describe even the word trust. How do you describe trust? It's too much personal, and these are not mathematically described values. So we are still trying to define these.
I think it's also interesting if you look at the level we think the AI should work. We discussed it for accounting automation, and we had an AI that was much better than the human being, but the mistakes were different. So you are better than a human being, but your mistakes are weird. And I guess the same can happen with autonomous driving. So that actually the car is much better, but then it runs over a child. So obviously that's something we don't want. So how do you define that well? And when you look more at the training of a model for explainable AI, is it then possible from your point of view, because that's something my startups really care for, to say, hey, the model is not working, we have bad results, we can't build a good product, we are missing this specific type of data, we are missing this specific type of, I don't know, feature engineering approach, and then we can make it happen. So do we actually get predictable models?
Definitely. This XAI story started with military in America. So DARPA project in United States has started XAI developments because they were trying to classify camouflage tanks with a vision algorithm. And then they ended up with an algorithm to classify camouflage tanks with 99.9 performance. Again, it was almost working perfectly. And then they asked the question, how this can work this well? I mean, even the human eye cannot see this camouflage tank there. How the AI can see it? This is how XAI story started in the beginning. Then they found out that in the AI, they found out that in the training data set, all the camouflage tank examples were taken in cloudy scenes, and all the rest of the images were taken in bright scenes, and the AI model was looking whether there's cloud or not. So it was nothing related to a camouflage tank again. And this is just like the wolf and husky story, but this is how the XAI developments have started. And then they figured out we don't trust on performance numbers. It might say 99.9 performance, but we also need something else. Maybe we need less performance, but we need some explanation. Then we can decide whether we can trust on it right now or not. If the self-driving car is telling us, now I'm driving and giving the decisions myself, but at this moment it's getting dark and I don't trust my decisions a lot, maybe we can drive a little bit more carefully and share the attention with the car. But if we've got some values about how much the trust car has on itself at that moment, maybe we feel a little bit more relaxed to change the radio and a little bit become drive more relaxed in that point.
Yeah, getting here in a traffic jam, I also felt like self-driving cars would be amazing, so I can just relax and don't look at the traffic. Thanks a lot, Beryl, for your time. Thanks for all your insights, and maybe I posted your website in the chat. Maybe some people can ask some questions and reach out to you.
Thank you very much. Very nice to speak to you, and hope to be there again later. Bye.
Great. All right, everyone. We're taking a short break now for half an hour, and at 3 p.m. CET, we will be continuing with a great line of startups that are applying AI in practice, various stages, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So please be prepared, take a short break, and then we'll be back at 3 p.m. Dankeschön. Ich hätte gerne eine Kamera des Hello and welcome back to the AI hybrid stage of Rise of AI. We are now talking about AI solutions, and we have a nice lineup for you of 10 companies that are using AI in their everyday work, improving their customer products. And I will probably have you here for about 2 hours. So I hope you have eaten well, you're prepared, you've been to the toilet. And starting off with something very, very important here in the Berlin ecosystem. I think we had yesterday Adrian Locher, we had Rasmus Rothe today both from Merantix. And I'm very glad to have Nicole Büttner here, Dr. Nicole Büttner, sorry Nicole, who is the CEO and co-founder of Merantix Labs. And she does everything related to AI for those other two, so she actually knows how to do it. And she will tell us now what Merantix Labs is doing, how they're applying AI. Nicole, you have 10 minutes, and then we do Q&A.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm actually not Dr. Nicole, but we always call Rasmus Dr. AI, so maybe that's where that's coming from. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I want to talk to you about Merantix Labs. We're basically the external machine learning department for companies. And we often, little glitch, exactly. So we are basically the portfolio company of Merantix that brings the Merantix knowledge on data-driven business models and machine learning into companies, right? Rasmus and Adrian have talked a lot about us. We are basically not building a product company that that is focused on one industry vertical, but we are a service company that works together with our partners from different areas on their concrete machine learning issues and challenges and also opportunities. I think, you've already seen what an amazing team we have. I think it's important to say that the expertise that we have spans mainly 3 domains. We are very heavily specialized in natural language processing and also in computer vision, and are rapidly looking also at the forecasting space and reinforcement learning. And I wanted to bring to you maybe a few examples of what we do there actually. So in the natural language processing field, right, we, for example, work with one of the Magic Circle law firms and help them automate legal compliance topics, right? These are often issues where it can be tricky maybe to actually employ a product that you can find in the market, and it's a little bit easier for you to work with a service provider that builds something that's bespoke for your systems and that really can be integrated very well in existing workflows. As you know, the legal domain is quite specific and also quite special in its workflows. We, for example, also look at fields like customer product reviews. This we do, for example, for consumer electronics platforms. And we also, for example, work in the pharmaceutical sector where they are trying to sort of automate how to deal with new side effects and new alerts for side effects. In the computer vision department, I think my colleague Clemens will also talk about CS Search later on today and about the great solution that they have in the computer vision department. We, for example, focus on things in the computer vision, some medical use cases. So we, for example, look at dermahistopathology samples and basically build classifiers on how to easier diagnose skin cancer. We also are, for example, working on products and like end-to-end solutions to look at the future of, for example, in warehouses, how to look at returned goods when you're thinking about that whole supply chain. And I'm very happy that we're also very active in the forecasting space. So we're, for example, working with manufacturing companies. This is very widely applicable to a lot of SMEs and producing companies all over Germany and Europe, where you have to basically take a product sketch or a prototype sketch and actually translate it into real production environments. And a lot of the companies we're working with are facing shortages in qualified labor in this space. And we're very happy to assist them with partly automating this approach and helping them basically produce these parts much quicker and translate these part specifications much quicker into actual production descriptions. So how does a laser or how is a specific part sort of produced from a metal block, for example, in subtractive case. Yeah, so I mean, these are some of the cases that I talked about. I think one other case that's really interesting as well is optimized design of experiments. So there we, for example, work in the chemical industry and help looking at how to make the R&D efforts more efficient. So basically reduce the number of experiments you physically have to run to find a new composition for a new material, which is very interesting and also applicable, for example, in the pharma sector. So those are, for example, things that we do. I think you will hear about a lot of cool solutions today, and right, a lot of companies out there. I know some of you are making AI makers, some of you are talent, some of you are actually corporates, and we are here basically. Merantix Labs' mission is basically when you think about should we buy or make, right? Should we outsource something or should we build it in-house? That we help you bridge that gap. I mean, and also make some of the companies more AI ready. We're working with the University of St. Gallen on this together on a basically AI canvas. As we're seeing at the moment, a lot of companies are experimenting around machine learning use cases. So they're already trying out things, running prototypes, building POCs, but it's really challenging for some of the companies to actually scale this and translate this into sustainable business models, into really long-term deployment and high sort of scalable business value. And that's why we've decided to build this canvas and to help companies basically navigate this process and really harness the full power of AI in a very systematic fashion, focused on 3 pillars. One is the business pillar that you see in green. So set out with a clear purpose. The second one is focused on organization. How do you build and cultivate teams and setups in which you can actually also quickly build and iterate on machine learning products? And the third pillar is technology and infrastructure and data. So what is actually a good setup in this fast-paced world of moving tools to actually set yourself up for success? And this is sort of one tool where we really have a high ambition to help existing organizations to really understand and really help them to harness the full value of machine learning models. The second passion, I would say, right, is also around, this didn't load, that's not good. So I don't know, I will describe it. I will just stay on the Canvas slide. So a second thing that we're doing, and I know Rasmus has talked about our campus as well, is we believe that to really transform business models, right, you have to think also in your strategic supply chain. You have to think on how are you actually as a company integrating in this whole universe, in your whole industry, and maybe even into other industries, and how can you actually sort of lift your gaze away just from the data you're producing to kind of what is the actual value creation process of your whole industry, of your whole value chain. And to this purpose, we also create data ecosystems and AI ecosystems also on our campus in Berlin, together with companies who belong to the same ecosystem. So one could, for example, be car manufacturing, right? You could imagine a lot of different companies in the value chain of car production, from tire makers, from infrastructure providers, right? All around this sort of topic of mobility, working together and creating impactful use cases. So it actually, we're starting to think about this, talking to tire manufacturer who have some very valuable data on what they're doing in their tire production. But how much more impactful would it be to actually link this data to other data points that are coming out of a car and really create new value propositions and use cases to the driver, to infrastructure operators, etc. And for this, we have to, I think, very strongly think in ecosystems of data and also value creation. Same could be, for example, applicable for a domain like building or construction, right? So, yeah, one message, we have a very strong machine learning and data-driven business model competency. We want to empower companies, second message, to harness this and to really make themselves AI ready and become data-driven companies themselves. And the third thing is we're here to build a data and data-driven machine learning ecosystem and bring together different players from industry and from the startup world. I think I'll make a full stop here and wait for some of your questions.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Nicole. And sorry for already promoting you. I'm still dreaming of my doctor, so that's maybe the case. So thanks a lot. One question maybe coming like a typical venture capital question, sorry. But since the space of, let's call it AI consultancy, and please shoot me for that word, but it's getting more crowded and crowded. BCG has one, McKinsey, and many others. What's the special position of Merantix Labs, or special edge, maybe, as you might call it?
Thank you for this question, actually. So I would say traditional consulting companies have a lot of strengths, right? They're traditional strengths that they're coming from. Fundamentally, though, I would say they're not organizations that are built to deliver code. I think they're moving there, right? They were built to deliver, I don't mean disrespectfully, PowerPoint presentations, very impactful ones and inside industries. We're truly a tech, we truly have tech DNA, and we know how to build tech companies, right? And when you look also at retaining talent and staying on the edge of these technological developments, I think Merantix has a much better starting position than some of these bigger consulting companies. They have probably other advantages, and I wouldn't discard working together with them, but I think we have different strengths that we play to.
And I think that you touched a very important point. What I see in our portfolios, the larger the companies get with their AI models and products, it's getting quite boring for at least data scientists, because it's about stability, it's not about new things. So who are you looking for at Merantix Labs? What kind of people?
Yeah, so we're definitely looking for people who want to stay at the edge of research, right? We want to be pushing that frontier. And we're looking for people who basically want to see different problems and think about the solutions and conceptualize those solutions. And we then help companies, right, implement that and deploy that and actually translate that into a valuable product or solution for them. Ultimately, however, I think, also that companies want to and also have to build midterm their own capabilities, right, in-house. So, we will always be kind of pushing at the frontier. And now you can say it's a push or pull thing, right, depending on whether we're in front or behind, or maybe sometimes from both sides. But trying to keep basically companies on their toes, bringing them the newest research insights and translating that into actually workable solutions that you can actually use when you're working in a back office job, or when you're a truck driver, or when you're, working in a law firm.
So final question, continuing on that point. So what is on the edge? So let's look at the next year. What do you see will happen in AI, maybe in terms of new models, new approaches? What is the edge?
I'm sure a lot of people have touched on this OpenAI framework. We see a lot happening in the NLP space. And I think, OpenAI's new GPT-3 is really impressive, however, how are you actually going to use this as a company? So with this fascinating technology and also this breakthrough, you actually have to find real applications. I think and I would say 2-3 hurdles that are there and that we're looking to solve technologically are, for example, small data sets. So how do you actually apply these great models, right? I mean, GPT-3 was trained on 175 billion parameters, so that's kind of, I would say, qualifies as large. How do you actually make this workable when you're in a company and you know you don't have this kind of amount of data, right? And that's actually the challenge that people have. You know, you see this in theory. Oh yes, it's supposed to look like this, balanced data set, large, and so on. And then you look at your own data and you're like, So for example, when we look at working with law firms, right? That's, for example, one of the challenges you have. You have very small data sets or maybe low incidence problems. So looking at synthetic data, for example, I think will be highly interesting in how to create valuable synthetic data sets around specific domains and not just sort of scrolling the internet. That's one thing. And I also think in manufacturing, actually, this example that I looked at, that I was presenting sort of in this whole design of experiment, reinforcement learning space about how to reduce the number of attempts it takes you to calibrate a machine, for example, to do pharma research. Right, these are all really very impactful use cases, and I think they will bring a lot of value to a lot of industries.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Nicole. And everybody who's interested in that, please give her a call. You can apply your Rise of AI discount code. Hopefully. I guess you guys are not cheap. Thanks for being here. And next up on the stage, since we spoke so much about AI regulation and also people trusting or maybe mistrusting AI, I'm very glad that Stefan Hinze is here, coming from Adlershof in Berlin. I just read you recently got accepted to NVIDIA, who is supporting you, and Stefan will tell us how he and his team enable trust in AI.
Thank you. Yeah, well, so first of all, thank you, Fabian, and thank you, Nicole, for this fantastic pitch. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, my name is Stefan Hinze. Who is Stefan Hinze? Stefan Hinze is one of the 4 founders from the NeuroCat. I have a strong economical and management and sales background. The other 2 founders have a strong mathematical background, and the 4th founder was responsible to pay the bills in the beginning. And I'm very happy that we are seeing the NeuroCat is growing. Yeah, I say we came from the streets. That means we grow up organically. So we have no funding. Our first mission was to understand the demand. I think that's a very, very important experience to understand the market. And our mission is to enable quality, safety, security for AI. Very proud to have Tarek now on board as a new CTO and a new board member, and Joachim and Matteo, a lot of exciting people. I think we are close to 40. I see 36. So and we're working in Adlershof. Adlershof, that means science at work. What means science at work? They're doing a lot of science and transform it into an economy, in a economy. And that means we try to bring new stuff into the market, and you're seeing we already published papers, CVPR. I think there's now a neuro IPS paper outside. We have 5 patents pending still. What's our goal? Usually our goal is to solve the key problem in AI deployment. That is the robustness, the trustworthiness, and safety, security, compliance, and explainable. And that's the nature of itself. Every startup like to solve problems. That is how it is. And what's the problem? Felix discovered it 3-4 years ago. And we need to think a little bit, if you understand AI, it is input, processing, output. And an AI is only so good as its input. And what happens if the input is being manipulated, or sensors are not working properly, or noise is present in the environment? I tell you what happens. And we already know that, and that is not a funny story. We know people lost their life, and it is most safety security problem, a robustness problem. And I have other stories as well. So maybe you remember In the past, there was a chatbot from Facebook. He developed his own language, or the chatbot from Microsoft became racism. I remember last year in London, there was the first court file. It was a trading AI, and this trading AI, the users don't understand how this AI will work, and they lost money. And and the reason was, if you don't understand the system, how you can cover the risks from your clients. And so simple is that all these challenges we tried to solve. Yesterday, we have no reliable test beds. We have closed research solutions to analyze the AIs. We have no really methods how we can solve the robustness problem, how we can understand the decision boundary, and a lot of black fields in this research AI field. Yeah, and now I have the good news. Of course, today we have great solutions, and Neurocad challenged this research topics, and we have now reliable testbed. We have the solutions ready to make the AI robust, make them safe, secure. You see in the automotive driving, we're working strong together with certification industry, with audit industry, with operation industry, with the developer, the whole food chain, you know, and the insurance company in the end of the day want a risk assessment. All these challenges you can solve with one solution. It's industry agnostic. It's unlimited robustness stresses. It's tremendous. We solved the robustness problem with agnostic to the differences. In the same time, we increase the performance. All the AI researchers know what that means. So we have our Neurocad labs. We start there. We make the services. We have our solution who analyze the models, the data, full automatically, and then improve it. Just press the button, wait, buy a little bit, compute, and become certificated. We have success stories, of course, with Volkswagen together. We enable safety security, not only in the automotive sector. We have much more ML who will be deployed in the cars. I'm very happy to start next year with an explainable AI project. Thank you, Claudia, for your support on this side. Telekom, we're talking to BMW, Munich Re. There we're working on risk evaluation. Of course, the consulting companies are interested in trust in AI here, and very strong connected with auditors to build on certification. And maybe I want to go back. You know, you need to understand that it's not only a research field, that is a high scalable, commercial, ready to commercial use solution. That means you can run millions of stress tests, and we have ready millions of stress tests. One of the big difference between Google and Neurocad. It's stable. Bam, how much money? It depends how much money you have. So one of the first highlights is our text generator. That gives us the opportunity to generate millions of stress tests. That means in the past, maybe you remember, we have 50 to 100 stress tests. And with our solution, we have a bunch of billions of stress tests. And so that means we can not only analyze the AI system in the best way, we can improve the system in the same way. So that means that is agnostic, that is real time. You can deploy it on-prem, and then you have a safe, secure solution. No hackers have no chance, no noise anymore. And that's another highlight, is our what if from the explainable AI pillar. Our solution is more flexible. Maybe you have heard from the Google solution, we have still a patent on that too. You can use that, I can say, in a brighter way. It gives you local and global explanation here, and I'm very happy to see what will come next year. So this solution gives you in one point, or in one platform, all the tools what you need to become trustworthy, to understand your algorithm, to improve that, and to monitor them. If you see the slides, you will see how we are situated in the food chain of the AI. You're doing in the beginning something with your data, then you train, you know this iteration, and here we have our test bed, and in the end of the day, during the runtime, we have our improvement solution I called Firewall, or Explainer for AI. yeah, why came the clients to us? Why is they choosing? First, of the motivation of the automotive industry, they don't want to drive millions of miles. They don't want to run the systems for thousands of hours. And here, we analyze automatically the edge cases, enable functional safety, be ahead of the AI compliance curve, and yeah, a lot of companies we are working with. And yeah, what's our roadmap? Our roadmap for the next 3 months is to implement the robustness evaluation. Hey, what's so funny? You guys laughing there? Is all good? Okay, we can move to turn to red. Maybe I'm doing something wrong here. So yeah, we have a threat model selection here, the version 2 robustness scores, and finally we enable RNN architectures to improve the robustness and the comprehensibility. One of our success stories with Volkswagen here, our clients very happy to work with us. They're saying we leading the fields here. You know, everybody is saying he's the best. So of course we are always the best, or already the best. How you get that solution? It's very easy, of course. Go on the website, just register your interest, fill up your email, and press the button, and then we can talk about the pricing later. Thank you, and we are 40 seconds too early, so if you have any questions, feel free, please.
Thanks a lot, Stefan. Thanks a lot. So I'm just checking here. Okay. So first question for you. We spoke a lot about explainable AI. We spoke a lot about regulation and understanding those models. And you're actually telling us now that you can do something of that. Sounds very revolutionary. Is it to very specific cases that you are solving, or what are you covering exactly?
So thank you for this great question. Yeah, that's what I have forgotten. We are definitely industry agnostic. We are input agnostic. It doesn't matter. Is it a speech recognition? Is it a vision system? In the end of the day, you have always the same methods, and it's always a matter of the plots, how you plot the problem, how you will plot the reports. But the analysis methods and mathematics behind is always the same. And here, and so we are agnostic to everything, to task agnostic, input, industry, vertical, doesn't matter to us. We have a lot of experience since 4 years in this.
And you have very reputable customers there, and obviously they probably also have their own data scientists. So, of the audience listening, who would be the best customer for you? What are the people? Are they the ones that are building their own models? Are the ones that take more the off-the-shelf ones?
Yeah, the customer is a good question. First of all, customer is a king. Every customer is welcome. You know. It's very interesting to work with different stakeholders, you know, in different knowledge level. You have sometimes guys like me who maybe understand the wording AI, but then you have technical nerds who can only talk with our technical guys. So, but usually the good client is a client who is willing to pay. and
never say no. You always
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Hopefully it's helpful.
Yeah. Good. And are you also giving advice how to improve models? So are you just detecting something, or are you just improving?
Yeah, that's another good question. We transform actually from a service company and a SaaS company. So we, in the past, of course, we was doing a lot of consulting. We talked to the research guys and say, hey, doing it this way and move on this. And finally now we have here strong partners like Bearing Point, T-Systems, a lot of consulting companies who now help us on this, and we just deliver the test bed and the monitor bed and the improvement solution. But that's our mission, to get it safe, to get it trustworthy and in the right political meaning.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for being here. And I guess if any customer wants to contact you, they can use the app.
Yeah, feel free. I'm very happy, and thank you. And again, thank you, Fabian, and to the team.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. That was Trust in AI. Next, I think that's a very nice follow-on topic about this. We have Alexander Stojanovic, I hope I pronounced it correctly, thank you, of Ava, and they simply claim, or somebody referred to them as the Palantir of Europe, so I think that's about it, about enough of introduction. Please welcome to the stage, Alexander.
Where's the clicker? The presenter. Thank you. Thanks so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here. So I'm here today to give you like a quick overview on Ava and what we do. Could you please restart the timer? Yes, perfect. So I have a little bit like the time inside. Now, before going a little bit deeper, like into explaining like what Ava is about, I would like to quickly show you a video which will give you a little bit of background how all of this has actually started. So,
you're watching America This Morning.
We begin with breaking news. A hit-and-run accident in Austin, Texas, as the town hosts the hugely popular South by Southwest Tech and Media Conference.
2 people are dead and 24 are injured after a car plowed into a crowd. Police say the driver was a drunken driving suspect being
chased by police, so the video is probably not working perfectly. But what happened there was actually during my stay in Austin 2014, I witnessed actually the senseless death of many people, and many more people have been injured during this incident. And it was actually on my way back from Austin to Germany where I figured out that that this was not just frustrating, but actually mind-boggling. That in a country and in a town where everything was connected, like Austin, where the police cars have telemetry, where cameras everywhere. And during South by Southwest, you have everybody like running around like with a smartphone and doing videos and pictures. Still, there was no technology, there was no bridge to connect all of this information to detect this pattern about what was about going to happen, even though the information was there. So also after I returned, looked at it in retrospective, it was possible. Alone from the data that was actually there, you could have prevented like this event, this incident, this accident, by actually giving warning to people. The only thing that was really missing was this bridge. So being there and coming back, like I sat together with my co-founder Sascha Knopp, and we set off to deploy cutting-edge data technologies and AI to solve this particular problem and to create like a data fusion platform and artificial intelligence for a safe world. By tackling this problem, we actually very quickly came to the conclusion that this is much more than just about like creating a set of technologies that connects AI methods, for example, natural language processing and pattern recognition and machine learning, but this was really about epistemology. Or as German would say, like Erkenntnistheorie. We really had to understand what is happening when we're talking about security, safety, and risk. So what we do effectively is to look at incidents, events, things that are happening in the real world. We are parsing and taking in this information through various channels, and the core aspect of what we do is to put all of this information into one common structure. This means that regardless of whether an event, an incident, like an accident or a crime or a terror attack or a natural disaster comes through one or the other media or to the one or the other channel, our system needs to understand all of the underlying knowledge in it. So when did it happen? What happened? Where did it happen? How reliable and trustworthy is the information that we are seeing there? And that we have to put into one common standard, regardless of the source that we are looking at. And while we have solved that during an R&D project of almost 5 years before we actually started to work together with customers in markets, we created this awesome opportunity to actually bring this information all around security, safety, and risk into one common standard that defines all of the things that are related like to this type of information. This is unique. We have patented it. Now it is actually patented. It's not even pending anymore. And based on that, we can create solutions. And these solutions and interfaces are what our customers currently are using and doing. So before I go to that, just a quick introduction on what type of sources we intake. So first, of course, these are information from our customers. Customers that actually have incidents, accidents, things that are happening in their organizations, in their cities, in the places that they feel responsible for. We have public ownership data, like open data from cities, but also closed up information from police forces and other authorities. We have personal ownership. This can reach from social media data and sensors over, of course, like to professional intelligence providers, broadcasting media, social media, all of these kind of sources. They all move into AVA. They're all translated into this one common standard and made available. We do this for aspects such as crime. We do this for aspects such as fire, accidents, catastrophes, social and political risk, which is an important aspect, and of course health risk. So we've been very, very early to see what was going on in the world when the pandemic, or what back then was still declared like an epidemic, started like in Wuhan. And we are supporting like many of our customers like in this aspect. And of course, terrorism is one aspect. Today, this is not just a presentation or a pitch, this is actually existing. AVA is an up and running technology that is scalable and very, very reliable and resilient, robust to use by some of the most advanced organizations in the world. Amongst them, we have the London City Hall and the Police of London, which uses our systems to actually improve the security safety of their citizens. We're doing some special projects with them aside, for example, in regards like to organized crimes, things that you would in Germany refer to as Clankriminalität, for example. For public transport operators, we do similar things. So you can imagine that a public transport operator of any country is confronted with a lot of things that are happening in that public transport network, not only at train stations or within trains, but also along the tracks. And when you have, like, for example, severe weather or those kind of things. So helping these organizations to actually understand what is going on, to figure out, like, from the history, what has happened, and to figure out what could that mean for the future, to get to a point like of a predictive scoring in that regard. And we do that for large corporations or NGOs or any other type of other large organizations. One of the customers that we are working very closely with is DHL worldwide. So some people don't really quickly understand like how important security is actually for the operation and the resilience of this organization, but you can really imagine that if DHL stops moving for whatever reason, because of some incident or some other severe security or risk-related event, the world stops moving. Right? Like there's no way that this world operates the way that we know when an organization like DHL is not operating. So we are helping the Global Security Operations Center and the team there to actually oversee everything that is happening on the world, ranging from piracy in the Gulf of Guinea over to border closing somewhere in Southeast Asia. So everything that actually could pose a risk to them. And they are saving a tremendous amount of time and resources by actually doing those kind of things fully automated with the help of AVA, and of course like trained by their own analysts and working like with these teams very closely together. You will find us in security situation centers. So this is, for example, how this looks like. This is actually an actual view like into our operators interface, like for professionals. We are available in the field, so also field personnel can use like our technologies and our interfaces to access this information on the go. So for example, myself, I'm always like best prepared. So when I run like through Berlin and something happens in my vicinity, my smartphone rings up and tells me, hey, listen, there is a protest going on close by, or there's a large fire or any type of incident. So that, of course, is something that is also being used like by professionals who also use like our interfaces to track the information that they see themselves. So if you imagine like a large public transport operator with 8,000, 9,000 security staff, they are using AVA not only to get information on how to best like prepare themselves and where to go when they're having like their shifts, but also to capture information that they're seeing while they're doing, and all of this has been trained further like in our system. And the fact that we are doing this really on this basic level, like really at the core, defining really a data standard and a core standard on how to manage and distribute and collaborate over security-related information, gives us the opportunity to do things that were unimaginable before. So some examples for that, of course, is your car, which in the future will tell you, don't park me here this night because there's a higher risk for vandalism, or take a different route because there is a risk like for you for theft or for carjacking, which of course is not a problem here in Berlin, rather like in other places of the world, but you have so many other use cases and business cases which heavily rely on security-related information. Just to name a few, insurances that underwrite and do like security and risk analysis. You have quant funds. We have been approached by some of the largest financial institutions of the world, which are interested like in alternative data. They want to know 30 seconds before CNN when there's a coup d'etat going on in Turkey, so they can hedge with leveraged activities against the Turkish lira and the Turkish stock market. Like things that we haven't even imagined, which could have been possible, are now possible like through the technology and the standard that we have created and that our customers are using to actually build their ideas upon. Now, eventually we will get to the point where we get back like to where it all started, like to create something that is available really to everybody, everywhere in the world, like really a personal guardian angel, something that tells you when your situation for yourself, for your family, for the police, for the people and the places that you love is okay and how you should behave. So with that, I hope I gave you like a very broad overview and an interesting insight into Ava. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Alexander.
Thank you. Thank you, Jasper.
Yeah, I ran into that protest, by the way. I didn't have your app, so I was almost late for the conference. All the use cases you've shown, they're very broad, they're very impressive, very broad. So maybe because I read the IPO filing of Palantir, sorry, I have to refer it again, and please correct me if you're totally different. But there is a core technology underlying to all of this. That's why I imagine you have these broad cases. Can you explain that a bit more, since we're an AI conference? What is the core of it?
So the core of it is actually the part where we take information and around incidents, things that are happening, security, safety, and risk related, and put it like into this one common structure and standardize it not only in terms like of its categorization and the indications, everything that relates around that, but also we give it like a unique ID. So you can actually talk about the same thing regardless of which organization you are. And this makes total sense if you think about it. Like in Berlin, you have the case that, for example, at the train station in Berlin, you have a consumer electronics store. So the security people of this consumer electronics store have no clue that there's a train running up like with hooligans in there, right? So they're not prepared. Whereby on the other side, in Hamburg, Altona, at the consumer electronics store of the same chain, the store manager decides to do an autograph hour with local rap giants. So they all of a sudden like have in the middle of the rush hour 500, 600 teenagers that are rioting that want to get in, and the station manager doesn't know anything. So by creating this common standard, this one common standard in the middle, we're actually creating for the first time the opportunity for organizations to collaborate with each other without actually giving away like their own data, without giving away their own information. And by putting that in the middle, this is really like the standard or the platform if you don't want to look at it from a technological aspect. Creating all of that, of course, is very technological and very AI driven. Yes.
Yeah. And it seems very relevant, because what I learned is that it's mostly easier to have very specifically trained models for every case or every location. So you have a general model that you train for the local one?
Yes.
Okay. And do you use some modern forms of transfer learning? Is there anything that gives you an edge there? Because everybody else could follow you, take the same data, do the same thing, I imagine.
There was, of course, in the beginning, like the conversation when we talk like really about the data product, right? Like offering Ava not only like through interfaces, but also as an API, right? So if you have access to the API, couldn't you just copy it and create the same product? I think aside like of all of the IP that we have secured, I think the biggest issue around that is that there is an ever ongoing stream of stuff that is going on. There is no minute passing without somewhere in the world stuff happening. And I mean, we see it, right? Like Ava is detecting the rocket smashing into a building in Idlib, the stabbing that is happening right now at Columbus Circle in New York, the severe weather event that is happening somewhere in Philippines. Of course you can build that as well, but I would assume that once we have established Ava really as the standard, also like as the communication and exchange standard, that we are really facing like a as the West Coast tech community would say, like a winner takes it all situation. There is no multi-homing. It's not like I get Netflix and Amazon Prime. You will get Ava or anything else like Ava, but you won't run like 2 or 3 or 4 systems aside. So for us, deploying these technologies, being fast with that is important, but even more important is to actually establish Ava as the standard and as the structural nucleus around like where all of this information worldwide is layered around.
Sounds like a very, very nice mission. Thank you for that, Alexander.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for making this world a better place.
Thank you so much. That's exactly why we started. Thank you, Jasper.
Cool.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, we're continuing now with the virtual presentation from Ronnie Wuni, who is the CEO of Micropsy Industries, and we're now talking about a safer world. Ronnie can also help with that, and I think he has invented the most sensible robot, or at least the software that makes every robot more sensible. So I'm very, very glad to welcome Ronnie, and please go ahead.
Hey, thank you. So yes, I'm going to talk about plug-and-play AI for industrial robots. Why are we doing this, and why is it interesting? Right, industrial robotics is something that happens in factories, and we normally do not tend to think about what goes on in factories too much. The larger perspective is that factories, production demand automation. They have done it for commercial reasons for a very long time. It just pays to automate production. In times like these, you also see that it just makes production more resilient. We've just, in this year, for the first time, I think in my lifetime, experienced scarcity of certain goods. And when you have scarcity of certain goods, it's either just delivery that's the problem, or actually production. And that was the case this time. It was partly just more demand. It was also partly, it was hard to run factories because people couldn't come to work or didn't want to because they felt unsafe. So, apart from just making production more resilient and fulfilling a demand for being more effective through automation, the really large perspective is that automation in the West, where we have aging, shrinking populations, is one of the very few remaining sources of growth, and that means higher living standards. So when we talk about universal basic incomes, the work still needs to be done. And the reason we can even talk about it is that more and more work goes to technology, goes to machines, goes to automation. So it's really a secular mega trend. And it is also what makes our lives so nice and makes producing in economies like the German one or the US one, where wages are high, even possible to this day. And the problem with automation is it's also extremely hard and it's extremely expensive. And you put a lot of hardware in place, which also makes it very inflexible. So we're in a situation that is comparable to IT in the 1980s, right? So there are these big industrial players and they have computers. And it's quite clear everybody should have computers going forward, but you need to buy them from IBM and people in white coats come and it's a project and then you need to have experts running it. And it really feels like this is unsolvable. This is an unsolvable problem. The technology is just too complicated. The technology is too far out and too sophisticated to be run by small companies who are supposed to do something else, right? If you're an office, some people in this room might recognize what this office is there. So if you're an office, you don't want to deal with computers. You want to deal with, catching criminals in this case. So the change came for IT when it went from you need to buy it from IBM and understand what you're doing to you could just buy a PC, a small product that encapsulated what you needed to have about the technology, that was easy to deploy and that was easy to run for you and wasn't at the standard of the big guys, but it was good enough so you could do it yourself. And that's where we are with automation, particularly robotic automation these days. You think about what a factory is, so that like the basic model of a factory is you put stuff in on one end and the factory reorders the stuff and the product comes out on the other end, and the product that comes out is more valuable than the stuff you put in, right? That's what factories do. So they're really about flows of material, raw materials or pre-products that go through a number of steps and value is added in every step, ideally. And it is very hard to make every one of those steps as the material flows through the factory predictable. right? So if you want to handle it, you want to manipulate it, you want to drill in it, or whatever you're doing, you need to know where the thing is. That is expensive because you need to control every single atom of the material as it flows through your factory. It's too expensive, it's too inflexible. People don't do it. So what they do instead is they use humans because that's much easier to set up, and it's also cheaper. And this is like the lever on which you can operate with AI, because you can bring the flexibility that you need in factories through AI to actually start replacing humans, make them more resilient, make them more effective. So if you think about this in the context of robots, what you want to do is you want to find material that has somehow been delivered to a workstation, and you want to transfer it or put it into a machine or somehow manipulate it. And what you want to do technologically is just control the movement you're making with the robot directly from the camera image that you see. Now that has been hard historically, and the only reason why it hasn't happened so far is that it is so hard, and the only reason not to implement it is that you can't. And we've solved that over the course of the last year. What you see playing in your stream right now is a robot picking up wine glasses. This is a real use case somewhere in Nordrhein-Westfalen where this needs to be done. And they're sort of semi-ordered on a table or in the real factory on a conveyor belt. They have been just put in some place. And the robot is supposed to find them, turn them around, and put them into some order so a cardboard box can be put on top of it. And this is what we're solving here. So the robot really makes a search movement and finds these glasses. And this has not been solved by some experts in Berlin. This isn't Microps Industries. This is our product that knows how to learn these things and has been trained by somebody who doesn't know anything about AI. They know a lot about glass, to find these glasses and perform the task. I'll let it catch the last one before I move on. Yes, well done. So you couldn't come up with a use case like that on a whiteboard in Berlin. Right? Turning around wine glasses isn't a large use case that robotics or even automation used to deal with. Robotics, predefined automation typically happens in automotive. We've all seen the picture. This is where you do welding and painting and palletizing. You have a lot of installations. It's a very well understood problem, and it's been solved for 40 years. And the real value, the interesting applications are things like wine glass picking, things that nobody knows about before you actually go to the factory and talk to the people and understand what they're doing there. They're completely unmapped. They're in testing, they're in assembly, they're in intralogistics, just moving stuff around. And these people all use humans for performing these tasks today, because that's their only way of dealing with the disorder that's natural. And that doesn't force them to predict where every atom is at every second. The automotive OEMs can do that. Everybody else needs humans or AI. So as you can imagine, if you are running a factory, what you're essentially doing is you are running a machine that prints money. You feed it, it does something, more value comes out on the other side, you sell it, you print money. If you're going to change anything about it, for instance, putting a robot in there instead of a human, you better make damn sure that it prints more money afterwards than it printed before you made the change. So anything in industrial automation is a long-term thing, is trust building. People will use suppliers that they have been working with for a very long time, that they know exactly will work and will help them, and that they understand, will deliver the results, and that have technology that is actually reliable. And what we're doing is we're asking them to make quite a big change, right? This is unheard of, doing real-time control from sensors in your production. We do, however, believe that this is going to be the default, and we're in the process of proving to that market. And you can see, some of the players that we have proven this to and who now believe it from the automation space or from our customer space, that this is possible. And this is what they can do in the future when they realize, okay, a human is getting too expensive, or it's too shaky or too dangerous here. And we really need to use a robot that's flexible enough to solve that problem. if you want to know more about the wine glass picking use case, here's the URL. There's some documentation and the video to rewatch.
Thanks a lot, Ronny. And maybe to start with a very simple question, the robot we've seen, that's a robot that wasn't built by you. That's a normal robot.
Yes, we don't make robots. We are a software company. You can add our additional control component. That's like Among Us is just a gaming PC, right? It's a piece of intelligence that has been packaged into a controller. You hook up this controller to a robot that you already own or that you buy to put it in place in your factory for use case. And then we start to control this robot and the movement that this robot makes from sensors that we connect, typically a force torque sensor and a camera or a couple cameras.
Nice. And when you build this in-house in the factory, how long does it take? I mean, do I have to train it for months?
Not anymore. Just one KPI from what we've reached over the course of this year is we went from training times. So this is cloud training times. Yeah. So you recorded the data, you send off the data to the cloud, and it gets processed into a capability for the robot. We went from, I believe, 16 hours a year ago to 2.5, and we believe we will be at half an hour next year. So, to a degree, it doesn't even matter. The actual robot interaction time that you need for solving something like the wine glass picking use case went from, it was like 4 or 5 hours with a bit of experimenting in between to less than half an hour. Again, it doesn't really matter. The amount of time you spend on building the physical setup by far exceeds the amount of time you need to invest to actually create the AI to make the movement. So to answer your question, if you've got your hardware in place and everything's set up and your physical factory has already been changed, you can be live in a week or even less than that. Typically, it takes a couple of weeks to replan where you put the robot, where you put the safety equipment, what grip of fingers you will be using, and all these types of things.
And talking about artificial intelligence that you're using, what's actually what was maybe or will be the toughest part in AI where you created your edge? Because obviously not everybody is doing what you are doing.
Yeah, and that's sort of the if you look at just neural network models that deal with visual input, what they typically do is classify, and classification doesn't help, right? It doesn't help us at all when we get feedback that this is a wine glass. We need to know how to move relative to it, and that completely did not exist. We had to create that from scratch. There's a bit of research that you could read 5 years ago when we started, and we certainly did that. But then at some point, we just had to sit down and essentially develop the full stack for moving the robot in real time, but also doing this from a neural network that you just do not have a model on GitHub for that you can just use.
Cool. So everybody who is using robots at the moment or thinking about them, they probably should at least talk to you and figure out if MicroPSI can help. Thanks a lot, Ronny, for your time. And coming up next, we have Michael Brehm from i2X. And Michael once told me that he wants to use his AI to help people on dating. I think he evolved since then. So Michael, welcome.
Ich höre jetzt aber den Stream gerade nicht.
Can you hear me, Michael?
No. Hallo?
Hello, Michael. Can you hear us?
Jetzt höre ich euch. Wunderbar.
Hallo. Then shoot in English, please.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I'm Michael, founder of i2X. And I'm happy to tell you a little bit about our solution, how we use AI. And before I start with our company, I'd like to do a few general comments. And one of the headlines, or actually my favorite headline, is this one from BBC from 2018, where it says that AI will take about 800 million jobs by 2030. So the question is, should we all feel bad? Are we the new evil, bringing suffering to the world? And I tried to dig a little bit into the data, and the best proxy I could find was robots, obviously powered by software, powered by AI. And if you take the OECD harmonized unemployment rates, but also the data of robots per 10,000 employees, you find a very interesting correlation. And that is the more robots you have, the more technology you have, the lower the unemployment rate. So it's exactly the opposite of what headlines try to tell us. And the reason of that is in the end quite simple, because the more AI, the more technology you put, the higher will be your productivity. And every economist knows if you have higher productivity, normally you create also new jobs, which is amazing. Now, if you can you see me? Can you see the screens, Jasper? Hello.
Hello, hello. Ah, Michael, we can see the screen. It's only your microphone is scratching at your shirt. I think that's the only annoying
okay,
thing.
sorry.
Yeah, cool.
So the maybe the important thing is what people are only focused is this either human or machine. But the what I think is more important and even more frequent is this human plus machine. So where humans complement machines, or where AI gives human superpower. And these hybrid activities are really the very important one. And the amazing thing is that AI in this case brings like a job promotion to you without really having to work for you, because it gives you superpowers. And that's exactly at the core of i2X. We want to give people superpower by augmenting communication. We built a software layer on top of the brain to help people to have better interactions with their customers. In the core, where we focused on, if you take the whole customer lifecycle and customer acquisition funnel, lead generation totally optimized, then the activity tracking, hopefully you enter everything very carefully into your CRM, ERP system, etc. But in the middle, where the customer and the agents are on the phone, you have the box of the unknown. During calls, there are no insights, and especially there is no coaching. There is no real-time feedback. And that's exactly the problem we solve, because normally you only have like very specific calls, even if everything is recorded, where you dig in, and then after the call you can kind of see what went well and what didn't went so well. But the great thing with i2X is that we do not only record every single call, we do not only analyze every single call, but also we're giving coaching during every call, so in real time. How does that work? We tap into the call. We have like dozens, if not over 100 different integration possibilities by now, close to every telco system in the world. We transcribe it then with our own proprietary speech to text, where we have built a very advanced self-learning AI. Then this is analyzed, visualized, and in real time pushed back to our platform and to the screen of the agent, so he can guide and steer the conversation better. Now, what does real time mean? In our definition, it means less than 0.5 seconds for a full cycle to the cloud and back to the screen, because only then you're able to take the results and kind of put them into practice during your call. As a high-level picture, it looks like on the left side, you see the customer and the agent interaction. The data goes into the platform and then goes back immediately in real time to the agent, or it gives you insights and coaching post-call. But also it gives insights and recommendations to the team leads, to the trainers, so they can take this, they can agree, they can augment it, they can verify it. And then again, this data point is taken, so it can give better feedback to the agents. And this is really, it's like constantly self-learning, self-supporting circle. So with every data point, every input, the platform, the app gets better. How does it look like for the agents? They either see a tiny box on their screen, which doesn't disturb, or they, after the calls, have the possibility to get into advanced analytics. Then, and if you kind of enlarge the app, you see there's like gamification elements. It gives you certain topics or words they should say in the right order, down to should you speak faster or slower. high level, the ecosystem we've built, we really try to build a 360-degree ecosystem. It's not only the app and the Agent Insight platform, it aggregates to the team leads. It then aggregates to the platform, to the manager of certain locations, up to the headquarters of corporations. And no matter if you're a small company with 20 agents dispersed over a country, or a huge corporation with maybe thousands or tens of thousands of agents, it gives the management, the C-suite, the possibility to basically change the course of thousands of people with one click of a button. So if you want to push another product, have a different pricing point, want to implement some new marketing or wording, one button, you click it, and within a second, bam, goes to thousands of people. But not only are we focusing on what should be said, also we go into complex communication and emotion analytics, things like friendliness, helpfulness. Is there an individualized conversation? Do the agent communicate on eye level with the customer? And many, many more highly emotional topics. It furthermore, a new product we are launching is that we automatically can analyze the customer satisfaction ratio, the NPS score. So instead of sending out emails after the call, just by listening to the calls directly after the call, we can tell you how happy or unhappy a certain customer was. And that gives you totally new possibilities of both analytics, but also then during the call of feedback and of guiding a call. Results so far are extremely good. We have dozens of happy clients and corporations that use I2X in telco, energy, a lot in insurance, retail, etc. Agents are super happy. We see 10, sometimes 20, 30% increase in conversion. Team leads love the product. They can do coaching a lot more efficient with 50% time saving. And it really helps them to achieve their KPIs. Managers suddenly can do true KPI-based decisions. They can A/B test things, and they also see a lot less agent attrition, which is a huge problem, especially with sales and customer service agents. And ultimately, which is most important, customers are also happier because they have faster calls, get faster to the solutions, and are served better. In these times, also very important, what about working from home? As you can imagine, a pure cloud API first solution is kind of perfect for this time. People are not left alone in their homes, but they get coaching support in real time, like an angel, delivered by I2X. And also, we're very happy and thankful for many different awards and prizes we've won over the last couple of years, which confirm the path we have taken. And that's it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out for us. We're always looking for, obviously, new customers, for partners, for people who want to maybe join us. And apart from that, obviously very interested in everything related to technology and AI. And also a huge thanks to Fabian and Veronica and the whole Rise of AI team. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Thanks for the presentation. Surprisingly, I have questions for you. So we are based in Germany here. Trade unions are pretty strong also in Europe. I can imagine in the US it's a bit easier to just observe people, but you're kind of building a big brother here. So how does I2X work with trade unions?
So first of all, we're definitely not building a big brother. I would rather compare it to an ABS system in your car that kind of steers you and helps if there is need. That's one. Secondly, we're really not there to kind of observe or to kind of evaluate people, but really to help them. We're a coaching system, a support system. And that's very important. And obviously in nearly every medium-sized and certainly every larger corporation, there are works councils, there are trade unions. They are actually great partners, and certainly some of them are very critical at the beginning. But so far, we could convince 100% of them that this is an amazing solution, because it's exactly not kind of to like a computer saying, oh, somebody should leave a company or not, but really to make them better. One of the largest compliments for me is if a call center manager or location manager says, look, there were 1 or 2 people that were not good enough and that weren't making the cut, and I was already thinking about letting them go, but thanks to I2X, we could bring them to a level and coach them where they actually now are performing so well that they can stay with us long term. And this is exactly the core. We get, like, every single call, every hour, we get feedback. We say, think about that, do this, do this. It's like the computer never gets kind of tired, it never gets angry. Also, people appreciate a lot more feedback from computers than they would appreciate it from maybe their manager, who after the 3rd or 4th time maybe isn't that friendly anymore. So there are a lot of advantages.
So I can imagine a lot of people want to call you now and implement I2X, but what are, I mean, you're not IPO'd yet, so what are the use cases you're currently addressing? I mean, would I as a VC could use you in my company, or are you rather targeting other groups?
Theoretically you could, and funnily, I actually have a few VCs who say, like, we have no clue how our analysts and the associates are pitching our franchise, so wouldn't it be great to listen and to help them to do that better? But that's certainly not the core of what we do. So the core is we serve medium-sized and large corporations where you have dozens or hundreds or even up to thousands of agents on the phone with the customer, where oftentimes you also see kind of attrition, so change in the staff of 20, 30, 40% per year, where you have to onboard them, where you have to train them, you have new products, new pricing, new marketing campaigns. And then especially for in areas of telecommunication, we're strong for, for insurances. That's a good use case. For anything related to e-commerce, some actually interesting cases for medicine. For example, now there's a lot of talk, how do you do kind of medical trials, and it's very important that over several weeks, months, or years, you ask every kind of patient or everybody who tests a certain medicine the same question in the same order, and you have hundreds or thousands of them. You have sometimes hundreds of doctors. How do you make this sure? Our solution can make sure that you say that it's like, it tracks like and helps people now say this, say that, and it really measures it so you can do medical trials very well. These would be some of the use cases where we're really good.
All right, Michael, thanks a lot. I can see a lot of analysts listening right now getting nervous and a lot of partners getting very interested and happy. Let's see what happens next
there was
week.
just one funny thing. There was one VC where this was where one partner wanted this for the other partners.
Okay.
It was a very interesting dynamic.
Oh, don't give my partners any ideas, please. All right, Michael, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was AI and voice, and now we're moving over to AI and text. So we have a high-performing entrepreneur coming up now. He's a world champion in canoeing. He built and scaled an e-commerce company, and then he wanted to solve his own problems by himself. Hence, he founded the company Solvemate. Erik Pfannmüller, welcome.
Thank you, Jasper, for that introduction. All right. Thanks, everyone. So I'm happy to be here, as you said, after Michael Brehm. It's a pleasure for me. So I'm the founder of Solvemate. We are an omni-channel platform for automating customer service, enabling meaningful conversations between end consumers and customers. So a quick agenda, quick intro, why this is important now, how we do it, and then, because probably you've heard a lot about this topic, how we're different. So let's get started with an introduction. My name is Erik, as I said already, and thanks to this introduction from Jasper, in my first life, I have been a professional sportsman. So if you know the Olympic sport of whitewater canoe slalom with green and red poles hanging there, I've trained for more than 10 years and ultimately led the world ranking and became a world champion. Then decided to quit, and now since more than 10 years, founding and scaling high-tech companies. On the private side, I'm a father of 3 kids and enjoy hiking and mountain biking in nature. And I'm a strong believer in the golden rule of treat people the way you want to be treated. So here a quick intro about Solvemate. Founded this company in 2015. We are a software for customer service teams. I will explain in a second what this is about. It's quick and easy to use, not for developers, for business people. Our focus is to SMB and SME, small to medium-sized businesses and enterprise with 10 to 200 service agents. Our clients are happy. That's very clear. We are solving millions of conversations each year. And we are very culture-driven, so you will find online, solvemate.com/culture, our culture manifesto. It's a 15-page constitution, how we interact with us and clients and every stakeholder. Ultimately, we are a very international team. We are from 20 different nationalities. Now you're curious what Solvemate is, so here it is. We are a B2B SaaS company. We leverage machine learning. Our chatbots act as the first line of defense. So, for example, if you look on this small animation, you all have seen chatbots, which is the top of the iceberg. After answering a few questions, you come to a solution. Let's watch it again. You answer 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4 questions, and then you will get shown a solution. A solution is what you would get if you would call someone on the phone in customer service, and this is kind of what it is about in customer service automation, to get to a solution. In the second example, we have just seen a real-time database request to fetch personalized information that you want to have in customer service. So we just talked about AI, and I'm very often asked, what are you doing there? And so I thought I'd make a top-down view on what this is about. So yes, we are conversation AI. Conversation is the back and forth in text with the end consumer. AI, because we leverage algorithms. And then there is use cases, and we've just heard about another company, i2X, that is also doing conversational customer service. They are helping people on the phone, and they are doing something else than we do, because they are in this agent augmentation thing. So they are helping people getting better. We are deflecting. So it's about making sure that people can help themselves in self-service, and we are not a tool that helps the customer service agent. So why now? We live in a world where there is billions of customer service requests every year, and I know that every one of you has been on hold on the line. And we live in a world of abundance. Time is the new gold. The only thing that I have not to waste is being on hold in any line or waiting for an email to come back. What I want is 2 a.m. at night on Sunday morning, the same customer service that I would get if I would have someone on the phone in real time. But companies can't afford this, to have that 24/7 perfect service response times. So we live in an instant economy. I want to have Netflix and Amazon. Everything shall be instant, so why shall customer service not be instant? Some chart that you know from our good friends from Gartner, you might have seen the hype cycle for artificial intelligence, and you can't see it, it's really small, so I added some arrows. That is chatbots in 2020. And let's look at the development over time, because Gartner is doing this year by year. It started in 2017, 2018. 2019 was the hype cycle of chatbots, according to Gartner. And guess what? 2021 will be the year of the bots. And we have been doing this for years now, but I strongly believe that the majority of customer service leaders will understand that chatbots are no fake anymore. They are through the hype, and there is companies that deliver true value. So I'm excited for the future, and I quickly want to talk about our approach. So people often talk about chatbots, but in customer service automation, it's not about the chatbot. It's about much, much more, and the chatbot is just the tip of the iceberg. It's about user authentication. It's about having a way to know that this user is authenticated as he is in the app or logged into the interface. And what you can do with that, you can connect to a database, which is everything built into our cohesive platform, that you can personalize the experience. And I don't mean say, hello, Eric. I mean fetching real-time information, pre-filling forms, and triggering processes directly on the database, because that's what self-service is about. For the most requests, I don't need a human. I just need to say what I want, and then I want to execute. Also, sometimes humans are needed, and that's important. So if I want to have an agent to process my requests, we are routing to the right agent. This is not automation, this is routing efficiencies, because the agent got all the information, all the context, and I have the right person on the phone. Finally, an agent is always a click away. So agent escalation is, of course, inbuilt, which leads to a lot of benefits in addition, because we are so numbers driven, where we get real-time insights. We, of course, have a CSAT measurement. Ultimately, we force our clients to think about processes, because customer service automation is about process definition and leads to product innovation. Because once you know what your clients want, why don't you feed that back into the product and find out how you can prevent customer service? Because the best customer service is no customer service. And yes, it leads to cost savings, but that's a secondary or tertiary benefit. How do we typically work with clients? Just a very quick note. We are a SaaS tool. We are built for customer service teams. We do a kickoff workshop. We train and configure the bot. The fastest client went live on the same day, but it typically takes a few days of work and a few weeks of time. We go live, we optimize and change the flow of the bot, and ultimately, typically clients understand that they need to route more people to the bot in order to have more of the great customer experience. Clients benefit from, of course, 24/7 support. We guide clients along the way, and a very fast go live. It's not a month's project. It's something that can be done in days. And yes, of course, we have great numbers to show. If you look on our website, there is case studies where clients benefit from deflection and routing. And you might see, well, I've seen a lot of those numbers and people are talking about this. And yes, it's right. So doesn't every vendor promise this? Probably, because it's marketing numbers. But the point is, we are different. You might laugh. We are fundamentally different in how we approach this technology. And I only have 2 more minutes left in this talk, so I only want to scratch the surface of what we did. We've invented a new way of creating a chat flow. Let me repeat that. We've invented a new way of creating the chat flow to find the client's intent. We call it dynamic decision trees, and it is a logical framework of questions and solutions that are fed into a system by humans, by experts of our clients. And out of that, we are dynamically creating a chat flow that doesn't use NLP at all. And don't get me wrong, NLP is awesome, but the NLP is added on top without additional NLP training. I cannot go into the super details here, but you might ask the question, why has nobody else taken that approach yet, if this is so good, Eric? And the answer is, I got a call back in 2015 where I was researching about machine learning algorithms. And that call was from my father, and I was his customer service agent. And he told me, son, I can't send emails anymore. Please help me. So I was doing diagnostic questions, like it is in customer service. You want to find the one out of the 100 intents fast. And I asked a series of multiple choice questions, and I figured out that NLP is great, but there is a big hype around deep learning NLP. And don't get me wrong, again, I'm dictating WhatsApp messages every day. I'm using Siri every day. But for customer service automation, it's not the tool to use. And we just took a different route, and it proves to be a very good one. As a last takeaway from this call, from this presentation, a quick summary of hopefully that you can take with it. There is different ways of approaching a chat flow. So you can have static logic trees. Everyone knows you drag and drop a chat flow in a browser interface. It's hard to maintain for the trainer, and because it is visually there, the effects if the bot trainer leaves the company or this thing gets super big, it's a challenge because there's no algorithm supported. If you do it well, the end user has an awesome experience. If you look on NLU, it's hard to maintain if you got a lot of intents and utterances and dialects and languages. And we all have had chatbots where you type something in and you get the failure state. But there is no limitation to the chat flow of the human because an algorithm is supporting. Ultimately, you could have guessed that we are green in all these things. It's super fast to set up due to our special algorithm in the setup and the training. We can have as many solutions and intents as you want, and it's as good as other interfaces. And with that, I am done and say thank you for listening.
Thanks a lot, Eric. Thank you. Let's start with some questions again.
Please.
I can imagine you were talking about deflection and actually taking over the work of customer care agents. Now, before we heard about augmenting. This seems to be kind of replacing. Is that what you're doing, or is merely also augmenting?
You asked the same question to Michael Brehm, and it's interesting because the positive interpretation is I've had customer service agent telling me, you know, I was tired of answering 50th time the day, how can I reset my password and giving order status updates. I am relieved of the robotic work, and I can do the true empathetic work. And ultimately, that is increasing the skill set of a customer service agent, which will there be less customer service agent 10 years from now? Probably. But the ones that are there will very clearly have a higher skill set and be more well-paid jobs.
And I can imagine that. It feels sometimes VCs should also use your tool. I would say for starting this, you probably are a bit more careful as a new customer. So what are typically, can you explain to us what customers are doing at the beginning? What are typical cases they're using for? And what are the typical customers that really benefit from your tool?
Yeah. So we typically say in order to benefit from automation, you should have minimum 10 to 15 customer service agents. Because don't underestimate the bot. It is some work to maintain. We say a few days of setup and then maybe half a day per week to maintain. So if you have less than 10 agents, you can make the math that you're adding work for yourself. You need to pay license fees because we're a software vendor. And so you need to have thousands of requests in a month to make that work. And then we're industry agnostic, so ultimately every industry can benefit from automation.
Talking about AI, you already mentioned it a little bit. So what type of AI are you really using in production? And maybe also giving us a little bit of outlook, because you said 21 is the year of the bots. What will happen with AI and bots?
That's a very good question. We got 4 different algorithms in our product. We got the mathematical flow generation algorithm, which is kind of a Bayesian probabilistic system. We turned this algorithm around for training the system. It's kind of the inverse algorithm. We have NLP as addition on top of the DDT algorithm in the chat flow. And we have an NLP clustering algorithm if you're dealing with thousands of conversations to group them for training. What we're going to add in 2021 is we're adding voice as a channel. Because voice is remaining, and our bots with our structure are determined to go into voice. So that's going to launch in Q1 next year, and we will add no-code flows because customer service teams want to own processes and model them. So we are connecting to the database, and then you can drag and drop if client does this, do this to execute processes, which basically gives the customer service team even more independence from IT and from the scarce resources that they don't have access to.
Cool. That sounds very promising. So in case you're interested, please contact Eric. We have the website in the chat. Thanks very much, Eric, for being here.
Thanks.
All right. Coming up next is Jochen Deister. Jochen is a lawyer by training. We're not really used to this physical thing here. He's a lawyer by training. He's seen both sides, I think Clifford Chance, but also Amazon. And he is now an entrepreneur, and he will tell us more about privacy solutions. Welcome, Jochen.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome. I'm Jochen. I sometimes feel like an artist trapped in the body of a lawyer. And hopefully with AI for privacy, we are taking data protection to the next level. But let me tell you where it all began. Here's back in 2017, I was sitting in my old office with my lawyer hat on, with a number of colleagues, experienced data protection experts, business professionals, and we looked in amazement at the numbers in front of us. This team of experts had just spent 70 hours combined on creating one data protection impact assessment. And for those of you in the know, that's whatever you have to deep dive into the data protection regulation, for instance, whenever you launch an AI solution in your company. And then at that point, the regulator had just lowered the threshold for this data protection impact assessment through the coming of the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, that we were suddenly not just looking at 1, 10, 20 DPIAs, we were looking at that one customer, that one client, hundreds, if not thousands of DPIAs that we had to do. And when we look back at the GDPR, what we think of are these tremendous fines that can, snap the existence of a company within seconds. But we're also looking at a lot of formalistic pieces, documentation, risk assessment, process changes. All that translates in a lot of costs. So we had to find another way. And we also had to find another way because as a lawyer, I could have just sat back and said, hooray, I've got this good clock here, let the times roll and the cash flow in. But that would make it very prone to manual risk. Sometimes other people would miss important aspects. We would have inconsistencies in the approach of solving these issues. So that's when we expedited our idea of creating a data protection software, the Privacy Suite. Because data protection can be achieved so much more efficiently with software. And the Privacy Suite was ready for the GDPR. It collects records of processing, your data processing activities. It reviews them, assesses them on a rules-based system, and already then atomized the time and effort required to do, for instance, a DPIA, but also to comply with all of the other requirements under the GDPR. It's live worldwide. It covers thousands of records of processing at the moment. It's used by a number of customers, and they have expedited their way of managing data. But it's only them. They've created their own rules. The knowledge that's contained in the Privacy Suite is proprietary to those customers. So we thought of something like, what if we could combine the knowledge in the Privacy Suite and make it available to everybody else? So if there's an enterprise that uses a certain AI technology and a new startup with no data protection knowledge whatsoever comes around the corner, how can they too benefit from each other? Obviously, sharing that kind of sensitive data is an absolute no-go, so we had to come up with a smarter way, because we believe the smart use of AI needs to benefit, society as a whole needs to benefit more than just one company. And in comes AI for privacy. The idea behind this is that we take a case-based reasoning methodology. So we look at all of the existing processing activities and analyze them to create a case-based. And if a new processing activity comes in, that is then compared with the case-based, and the most suitable, the best comparable processing activity is sought and found, presented to the user, who can then say, yeah, that works, or it doesn't work. And the user interaction is then captured and put back into the case base, so that the case base continuously grows, irrespective of whether you're a startup or a multinational enterprise. And we're very proud to have been granted an innovation grant by the German state of Hesse for this project. But how does this look in practice? Let's look at two scenarios. First of all, we're looking at the screening. We're trying to detect the risks inherent to a processing activity. So already, the Privacy Suite identifies certain risks based on the rules. With AI for privacy, there's now a new recommendation, a suggestion. There could be another risk here or there, and the user can then review that and either accept it or deny it, and then the risk detection is already improved. Secondly, and that's where it becomes a lot more important, a lot more thrilling even, is the actual assessment of the risks. And not just the assessment of the risk, because lawyers like risk, yeah, cool. But from a business perspective, we want to reduce the risk. We want to do something about them. We want to we want to implement the solution, and if that means we have to overcome the risk, well, then let's go that mile. And that's where AI for privacy can really make a tremendous difference, we believe. So again, we have a processing activity, candidate management with automated analysis of the application, and our rules engine already comes up with a risk score of 5.5 in this scenario. Then the AI for privacy engine looks at the processing activity and suggests additional, what we call, mitigation measures to further reduce the risk. And the user can then take a look at these risks, review them, and choose whether or not to accept them, to implement them, and thus further reduce the risk. And the cool thing is that any kind of user will benefit from the whole global know-how of all of the processes that have implemented risk mitigation measures for this processing activity, for this AI tool. Somebody smart might have thought of something really cool, and it's now available through the engine for all of the users of the privacy suite. So that ultimately the risk would be reduced to 2.3 in this case. But we believe we're just at the beginning. I've worked for Amazon, so we're day one of data protection in a way. AI has tremendous potential for data protection. We're just at the beginning. And here's my one other thing for the road. Because instead of seeing data protection as a blocker for innovation, as many companies perceive it, and we've talked a lot about regulation at this conference as well, instead of blindly pouring concrete into innovative systems by following what the state regulators think is right in their 2-3 years behind attitude, or what data protection officers who cannot be terminated in their company consider as the lowest risk approach. I think we need to disrupt data protection. We need to disrupt it in a smart way, in a balanced way, and approach it from a different perspective and embrace it, so to speak. Because technology will change. We've seen super interesting solutions. And when we look at Fabian's keynote in 2-3 years, they'll be on the, oh, did you remember that? Well, it didn't quite work. Or it's been working and it's been replaced by something else. Technology evolves so quickly. So success in the long term is when you treat people with respect, when you treat the personal data in a data-driven world with respect. And that's what we think is going to be the key for long-term success. So make privacy happen. And make it happen not just because you have to, but because you want to, because it does matter. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Jochen.
Yeah.
That sounds like a very, very relevant topic. Maybe starting off a bit easier. How do you start with your product? It sounds like you have a lot of regulation that you have to read, that you have to implement, that you have to put into some kind of software kit. Is it people-based? Is it AI-based?
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Jasper. That's one of the, when we look in the glass bowl, where would we improve the software? The intake at the moment is completely manual. I mean, we can read databases and match the data fields to data elements, to data categories, but it's a very manual process. And I know there's a number of companies out there who try to automate this intake process, and that's going to be the next big thing. If we look at the whole food chain of data protection, to automate the intake, then automate the data protection assessment, what our core technology does, and then ultimately also automate the implementation, what's going on with it.
Yeah. But at least you have the data already in there. That's,
yeah.
I guess that's an edge. How would you approach then a new customer? Probably everybody has a different AI solution. It's customized. People do their things. Do you have a general solution for them, or would you first go in, talk to them, adjust your tool according to what they're doing?
My customers are lawyers or data protection officers So they work with Excel. And for them, AI is if then, and if they're advantageous, else. So we're starting at a very, very low level. Typically, if we're lucky, they have their data in one central database so that we can implement it and input it in our tool. What we usually find is data is completely decentralized, and we have several ways of putting the data into the tool, but we see the Privacy Suite as the one-stop solution for data protection at any given customer. So not only do they do the risk assessment there, but they would also manage their data protection agreements. They would cover access requests by individuals, but it all depends on putting in the right data or getting the right data into the tool. And at the moment, that's a very manual process. And AI for many is in that community is a threat rather than something cool.
Mm-hmm. We have a question from the audience from Jochen. I don't know, Jochen.
Jochen, that's
Jochen, are you here? You want to ask it yourself? No, but are your customers ready for AI? Aren't they just moving away from Excel sheets to software?
That's a big challenge. So we have a lot of convincing to do, a lot of uphill battles. But ultimately, with the more and more data-driven world, there's just no way that people can continue managing it in Excel sheets or even worse in like physical files anymore. So we have great customers on board. We have very innovative companies, and those are the early adopters in this world. If we come to the normal customer with our AI solution, well, we might have lunch, but that's it.
And maybe one last question. When you look at the space and all these people now playing with AI, working with AI, earning money with AI, what are the typical easy-to-cover mistakes people are doing? And what are the things where you would say you definitely need a lawyer? That's not as easy. But is there something we can all avoid that many people do?
Yeah, I think we need to change the mindset a bit. So we need to, at the moment, we all see privacy and AI as like two opposite topics, and they're like trains running against each other. Because what I feel a lot of times, people see it black and white on both sides. That's what I said, the data protection officers or lawyers in the companies, they're so risk averse. Whereas on the other side, with the folks in the AI community are, very entrepreneurial, very innovative. So this mindset needs to change, and these things need to be combined. We had in a talk earlier today the double PhD problem, that we need to combine these sort of controversial disciplines in order to make it happen. Because if you're creative, if both sides move to each other, there are a lot of solutions, and it's not as dark. The world's not as dark when data protection comes around the corner. You just need to be a little bit more creative and maybe a little bit more risk-friendly also on the lawyer side.
Glad we have people reading this stuff, and tools make it easier. Thanks so much for being here, Jochen.
Yeah, my pleasure, Jasper. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next coming up, still on stage, I'll just stick here, I guess, is Clemens Wiernickel. He is from the Merantix incubator. He studied at St. Gallen University, and he is truly visionary in terms of hyperscale AI. So he wants to help us to manage unstructured data with unsupervised learning. Please welcome Clemens. Kann ich klatschen?
Hi, thanks for that introduction, Jasper. So, as you said, I'm one of the alumni of the Merantix ecosystem. Happy to be here. Thanks for organizing this great event. And I'm happy today to talk a bit about our work at CS Search. We are a young software company, now about 10 people in Berlin. But let me actually start with a problem that probably a lot of you guys know is when you're talking about unstructured data management, you probably are aware of this problem from sorting your holiday pictures. When you only have time dimension available in order to find data, then it can take hours and hours in order to find the relevant stuff. And we essentially address this problem like in the industrial setting where the problem is like the same, but in a much, much larger scale. So companies who want to build really robust computer vision, like in self-driving, start to create data systems with billions and billions of frames to train their models. And working with this data still remains a big hassle. What do we mean by that? When we look at structured data, you typically have like a whole bunch of nice data management systems, Elasticsearch, Postgres, and all of these databases, and you can just like query the data, retrieve whatever you need, understand what's in it. You can even check if it's biased or not, build a dashboard, maybe even do some nice machine learning. On the unstructured data side, what we see here, say a recording from a car, there's no such thing. So in order to work with that kind of data, you essentially have to work with the raw files and with the actual like direct recordings. And what are engineers typically interested here when they work with this data? One, they want to understand the content of the data, so what's actually in it, to know if and for what they can use it to train their models. Or two, if they have understood that, they want to retrieve very specific sequences of that data in order to then forward this to their training or their labeling workflow. Like, is this really like a big problem? The answer is yes. If you talk to companies working on like industrial computer vision, it turns out that up to 3/4 of engineering time is actually spent on so-called data handling activities, which is like all the activities taking data from raw data from storage and eventually using it in the model. And this takes so much time because, and I will go into the workflow in a second, because the interaction with the data is so manual. So what CSearch does is essentially supercharging computer vision development by introducing a new way of accessing raw data. What does it mean? We build software that runs on the customer's data lake and ingests raw data and essentially builds on top of that data lake a very, very lean layer of metadata that then can be accessed by the engineers via an award-winning graphical interface or API. What do the engineers do with the data? They then essentially can just use the metadata to query, aggregate, understand, slice and dice the data for annotation, training, and evaluation of their models. How is the metadata generated? There's multiple ways to do it. One, you can run algorithms that detect certain events in the data, of which we have a couple already pre-trained for specific use cases. You can also use metadata that already exists. Most of our customers have inferences from their models, have manually created metadata, but they're still not able to search for that metadata on all of the stuff that they have recorded. And CSearch essentially enables to ingest that other metadata and add it to your search. We have like, unfortunately, this should be a video, but like, yeah, so we have a nice API that like, and GUI that enables you to just query directly the sequences that you're interested in, and you will get like these exact frames. So let's take a quick look at the workflow of how it looks today, so to understand better what we're doing. So typically you have data acquisition, then you ingest the data, and most of the engineering time actually goes into the data handling, then forwarding some data to annotation, and only like a minority of the time being spent on actual algorithm development and training and validation. With CSearch, we try to accelerate that cycle by at least an order of magnitude and increase engineering productivity by essentially adding automatically generated metadata and then using CSearch tooling to speed up all of the search, aggregation, and selection tasks that now take up so much of the engineer's time, hence expanding the time that they can spend on the algorithms, and hence overall accelerating this development cycle. Why are companies not doing this today? Oftentimes, a lot of the companies that we're working with have some metadata, often basic, but they're still not able to search for it on scale, or they haven't started creating more metadata. The reason is that if you have billions and billions of frames, adding metadata can create a big mess because you're storing a lot of similar and redundant information and have a lot of emptiness for all of the other frames that don't have metadata, and putting this into existing common database systems turns out to be like very, very slow and inefficient. So what we've come up with when we looked at this problem is we essentially introduce a new data model for the metadata that we put on top. So when you think about an event that's happening in a video stream, like in a car, here a lane change, instead of saving metadata for every single time frame, we use an algorithm that only detects start and end point of that metadata of that event, and essentially store that in our metadata base. As a result, we have implemented a new way of accessing the data through this interval matching logic. What does it mean? In a classical database, which you see here below, you would have metadata for every single frame and a lot of redundancy and emptiness. And then when you retrieve data, it takes a lot of time. It's incredibly slow if you have like thousands and hours of data, even just on like 100 hours of data, and can take many, many minutes to retrieve specific sequences. So we've developed like a model that essentially uses only the start and endpoints and matches the intervals where they intersect, which is like not only incredibly much more efficient in storing the metadata because it's just like much less and doesn't create any redundancy, it's also incredibly more efficient to retrieve it. And when I say more efficient, we're talking about 3 orders of magnitude, which can be really meaningful if you have like many, many hours of data that you're looking at. So we're already working with like a lot of, we are only like about a year and a half old, but we're already working with a lot of companies. We have like run a series of pilot projects, already have like a smaller license integration going with the first customer, and we have like many, many companies who are really excited about the product, already testing it, and are like having the engineers on our platform to try it out. We have also an open source version. I have a QR code for that later, which is essentially like you can try out CR Search for free for academic use. If you know of NewScenes, a very famous public data set, you can sign up on our website and just look at this data set through the lens of like accessing it on a semantic level. We have seen a lot of great interest for that, a couple of hundred signups in the last couple of weeks, because even for just a few hours of data like NewScenes, it's incredibly useful to just search for many, many semantic dimensions and get the exact timeframes just in an instant. But this is by no means limited to autonomous driving and robotics, where we mostly started. We now have like first prototypes running for other computer vision use cases, mostly working also with smaller players here in Berlin, ranging from retail checkout to drones to plant inspection and even human gestures. Because the problem that we're solving is really just retrieving sequences that are associated with like semantic dimensions, and this is like a problem that probably everyone working on a larger data set for computer vision has already encountered. As a next step, we're looking towards also really establishing CR Search as a middle layer between data users and data producers. For that, we're starting to establish a marketplace for data annotation transaction, where we have a couple of leading players in the field already sign up who like want to participate in this workflow. So they essentially like can look at a place where customers just put out data that they want to get annotated and already know what's in it because we have produced metadata about it, and then can get offers from leading annotation providers with a single click from our product. In 10 years, we really envision CR Search to become the standard gateway for sensor data and to enable a whole range of computer vision applications that will affect many industries. And we have built a very, very strong team from top-tier institutions and companies. My co-founder Mark has done award-winning research, particularly on data-driven development at ETH in Zurich. If you are interested to learn more about what we're doing, like feel free to scan this QR code. You can sign up for a demo version of our product and look whether this might be interesting to you. If you catch yourself looking at file-to-file data in your development, we definitely should talk. Thanks.
Clemens, thank you. That was way ahead of time. I hope everybody was following. I was following. I was really excited. Thank you very much. What I understood so far is you're basically helping everyone that is working in the field of computer vision. But to start with, there is a certain metadata required. So if I come up with any new random thing that you haven't been working before, you would have to set up that first. So everybody who wants to jump on this product now. Yeah. Okay. So what are the areas that you can serve right now specifically?
So so most of our work has been focused really in kind of like different sized robots, which include self-driving cars. So there we have already essentially like a series of models who detect certain metadata in the data automatically. But in the midterm, and I think thanks also for asking that question, most of the time the customers are actually like more excited of also adding whatever models they have to the system because they typically produce already a lot of metadata. Either they add it manually or they have their models running and they want to have this metadata and connect it to everything that they have recorded in a meaningful way. And there's just like no solutions out there to do this, which then even for ground truth data, so they get back labels from the companies that do them manually, and even then, this just sits in files, and they have no means of relating this to their raw data. So actually, I want to enable customers to build this layer of metadata in the most meaningful way for them possible.
Okay, understood. And you said it's 75% of the time of a data scientist. What are the data scientists experiencing right now that are using your tool? That sounds like they must be a bit like what Michael and Eric described. They must be totally relieved now.
Yeah, like ideally for the first like trial users that are testing this out, we want to replace as many kind of data interaction activities that they do now, essentially with the raw files, with essentially just running a command in the API or query, like with a certain metadata associated to it, and hence essentially avoiding people to go to the server and download a batch, but instead just like working entirely on this metadata layer. So our core KPI is here really like how much engineering time we're really replacing. And for that, like the core dimension is in terms of like so we work there really closely with the customers as well in terms of like, what are your engineers doing today? Like there's a lot of overlap. There's also quite some differences between companies. What data are you looking for and why typically? And essentially figuring this out and then seeing how they would like implement these workflows with our tool.
And since you addressed the open source community, what are you hoping to gain from them? What would be your expectation, but also your ask maybe to the people?
Sorry, I have to like do a quick correction here. So so the version that we have released for free is not open sourced yet, at least. So not that I cited wrongly here. We are thinking about open sourcing part of the technology stack as well. The version that we have out now is free to use. We are hoping to establish this new way of really storing metadata about sequential data as a standard, which is also why we are very actively looking into making essentially a core part of this data infrastructure open source. Stay tuned for more to come in 2021 on this.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Clemens. Thanks for that.
Cheers.
All right, we're now moving over to another virtual guest, I think dialing in from the beautiful city of Leipzig. Christian Pichnik from Wandelbots. He recently raised 26 million euros, if I'm correct, from very reputable fund from Israel and London, 83 North and Microsoft and others. And he actually has robots working. So this is a nice move over from the previous topic. So very glad to have you here. Welcome.
So, hi everyone. My name is Christian Pichnik. I'm CEO and co-founder of a startup. We are based in Dresden called Wandelbots. And basically we are active in the field of industrial robotics. And we are providing a technology which basically enables everyone, regardless of their technical background, regardless of their education, regardless of their cultural background, to actually program industrial robots. And I was asked if I can talk a little bit about also some backgrounds and challenges in the robotic market. And this is extremely interesting because if you look at the market of industrial robots, everyone thinks like, and you can read this everywhere, that robots are capturing the world. They make us all unemployed, and it's a fact that the robot market in the past approximately doubled every 5 years. So the market is growing continuously. However, if you look at actually how many robots are currently deployed globally compared to human workers, you will actually find that less than 1% actually of all jobs globally in manufacturing, which could be done by robots, really in manufacturing, are actually done by robots. So there is a lot of potential to grow. And actually we are active in a field where the perceived advancements in technology and the reality is extremely different. The problem is today, Basically, every robot manufacturer, every robot provider provides its own proprietary technology stack. And we're actually talking about technology stacks, programming languages that directly comes from the 80s. So one interesting example would be Denso, one of the largest robot makers. They have decided in 2019, last year, to introduce BASIC as their programming language in order to basically make their robots do something. And for the end customer, currently, basically the manufacturing companies and the vast majority still today are automotive or electronic companies. Deploying robots is rather expensive. So you spend in average 75% of the overall total cost of ownership comes with programming robots. And then those jobs can only be done by very specialized experts. So those are usually employed by external companies called system integrators. And this makes it super complex. And you can barely reuse any code of you have deployed on one robot. And finally, they are all rather disconnected. And our company basically has worked over the past years on a technology I would like to present you right now. So to basically sum that up very quickly, because we don't have too much time, right? So we have a technology where you basically can show a robot the task by example using an input device, which is tracked in 6 dimensions plus a little bit more of metadata, such as acceleration. And based on the demonstration, our software is able to create a model of the application itself. So it's not a one-to-one repetition, it's an abstraction, a model generation based on data using using many different methods coming from mathematical optimization up to really machine learning, so deep neural networks. And this gets better, of course, with more examples, but already right now the first sketches are really good. And then you have a very easy to use user front end, basically to adjust and fine tune what was generated by the software, which then later on is again part of the feedback loop. So with every single installation and every fine tuning, basically it gets better. And then what you can do at the end is generate code for specific robot platforms. So you can generate code for KUKA, ABB, universal robots, whatsoever, in the host language of the individual robot. So what we can do with that is basically go, let's say, typical gluing applications, grinding, welding, basically reduce the time to programming up to 70 times faster than with conventional text-based programming methods, and basically enable non-programmers, so non-trained personnel who are task experts, to really do it themselves. And then besides that, on the left side, what you can see is basically the fact on how connected robots are today. So there are systems which are called PLCs. So those are basically systems managing more complex systems, entire cells or part of the production line. And the robot has an interface to that. So communication is always point by point, very individual code. What we can do is generate the code that automatically connects robots. And we are very closely working, for example, with Volkswagen and Amazon on what is called the digital production platform, as well as Microsoft on Azure and the open manufacturing platform. And this basically has an automatic gateway to capture the data of robots in production in the first place, to enable more advanced intelligent robotics in the future. The typical companies we work with very quickly come from not only automotive, but a big portion, as well as pharmaceutical, as well as semiconductors, electronics, metal, food, whatsoever. And then our technology is applicable for many types of customers. So from a small bakery with 17 employees in Görlitz up to large tier automotives such as Volkswagen. And one of the coolest presentations we had in the past was with Microsoft, where we basically presented our entire technology stack to the Microsoft board. And Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, was able to teach the robot a PVC sealing process over a distance of 8,000 kilometers. So he was using the trace in Redmond. The robot was in Germany, and he was able to stably program that in a very short amount of time. And I would like to finish my talk with maybe one very quick example from a Volkswagen production facility, where you really can see the power of the technology plus AI in its whole. So this is a video in what is called end of line inspection. And what you can, and basically what people need to do is like check whether a car was assembled correctly, especially now where every single configuration of the car has a carbon dioxide check. What you need to check is whether, for example, the liquid in a can is correct, whether the correct labels are glued. And this is today entirely done manually. And in order to do this adaptively with a vision-based system, you have more than 800 positions you would like to check on such a car. So what you can do is just point at the object you would like to check with the trace pen, and the entire robot control is generated with just one button press. And the robot is taking pictures, transferring this to a backend system in a cloud environment where you can label those pictures and actually define what parts of the picture define whether a part was assembled correctly or not. And yes, I'm running a little bit over, but this video is very quickly over. And this basically trains a neural network. And because the pictures are always taken from the same angle, or those are always the same objects with a similar lighting, it only takes 20 to 50 reference pictures in most cases to get a 99% of accuracy. And the coolest thing is that you can share both the learnings from the robot, so the robot control, as well as the image processing across all of your factories globally. And this is just one example. So thank you very much, and eager to hear your questions.
Thank you very much. Totally fine. You ran over time. I put you in the wrong city, and coming from Bremen, it would be like if somebody put me into Hamburg. So sorry for that. Dresden is much more beautiful.
No.
So question regarding your use cases. It looks like you're expanding the market for robot usage because you put it, giving the last example, you put it in a field where humans were in there. But then also you said something about faster training. So what's the field you're most active in?
So traditionally speaking, of course, the let's say advanced and mature automation companies, especially in the automotive sector, so companies like Volkswagen, BMW, whatsoever. But there are many companies who now step into robotics, also large companies, especially chemistry and pharmacy is a big part where robots are not very common today, which are now stepping into this game. And then there are many small and medium-sized enterprises who look into robotics for the last 5-6 years, but what's missing basically is a technology that enables them to do adjustments very quickly, to really get access to the technology in the first place.
What I really liked was you can do remote training of robots. Is it also remote maintenance, or is that the key thing?
You can do it remotely. Currently, I think all of our installations, it's done on site, right? And you would need a more advanced IT infrastructure inside shop floors in order to facilitate that. We are part of the 5G Lab Germany, very heavily also working with low latency and 5G campus network solutions, which in the future will open up those use cases. There are a few, but they will come in the future, especially now in those times of COVID, where you would rather do things remotely.
Yeah, that was what I was referring to. That sounds highly promising, also with the edge technology in 5G. When you look into the future of robotics, are you actually the ones enabling innovation, or are there other fields complementary to you? What's happening there in robotics?
It's a very broad question. There are many things happening in robotics. Sadly, really innovations on the software side of things are very rare, right? So there is a lot of going on, especially when we look into the AI sector in terms of perception, what is called, for example, bin picking, where you enable a robot to pick arbitrary pieces out of boxes, right? But that's only one portion of the entire automation solution. So what to do with those things, how to interact with the environment, and so on and so forth. So we are still far away where you really could speak of cognitive robotics, where robots make good decisions. And also there are so many legal aspects which are currently hindering really deployments of those solutions, that I got a bit more pessimistic when it comes to timelines. But the path is really clear, right? In the next at least 10 years, we will see a vast majority of robots who don't necessarily need to be programmed, but using different technologies coming from the sector of machine learning in order to become more autonomous.
Cool. That sounds like very exciting times ahead. Thanks so much, Christian, for dialing in. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and have a great rest of the event. Thanks for having me.
All right, next one and last one, but obviously not least one, coming up, Silas Delvig from Cognigy. So we are going back into customer care, enterprise level, and he will tell us more how Cognigy is helping companies to make this whole experience so much better. Please give him a warm welcome.
All right, let's kick it off. Very warm welcome and good evening from my side here from Düsseldorf. My name is Silas, or Silas. I'm responsible for partner management in EMEA. Cognigy is actually a German company headquartered here in Düsseldorf. That's where all our developers are. But we do have a global footprint. So we also have offices in San Francisco, Sydney, and we also cover APAC with offices in Seoul and Tokyo, because we do have global clients. Today, I will speak about how conversational AI will improve your customer service experience. And in order to do that, let's just take one step back and understand the term conversational AI. We heard it before, and you're all experts in AI, but conversational AI still is a bit fuzzy to some people. In the end, it's a technology that enables machines or backends to interact with human beings via natural language. And language, as we're honest, voice is the one true superpower we as humans have, how we differentiate. And yeah, if you think about it, that's the ideal of my childhood. I'm not that old, but still he was my idol. He was actually able to do that. So Michael could just talk to his watch, talk to his car, and yeah, tell a command, and then an action was triggered. And the software behind did clearly understand what does Michael want and what do I have to do. And to bring that to life, that is not easy, and that wasn't easy. So scientists and business people tried for years, and it took a long time. So don't be afraid. It's my screen, not yours. It's the first view of MS-DOS. Just to give you an idea of how user interfaces were looking like back in the days. And at that time, if you wouldn't know the exact command line, you wouldn't get anything done. And even if you would use a command line, you wouldn't get done much. It slightly improved when Apple and Windows came up with a visual interface, which you could click, which was a bit more embellished, good looking. It got better and better with Windows 95, 98. I bet that a lot of people bet on XP, and you can doubt whether that was progress. But it introduced dynamic tiles and movement and updates. And last but not least, Apple completely changed the game. Was taking user interface to a completely new level with gestures. But at some point, you cannot make an icon nicer or more intuitive. The next step is just voice, and voice really is the next front end and the core DNA of Cognigy, and basically our founding reason. So we use voice to automate customer service for leading enterprises. And our key pitch, or why companies are buying us, is very simple. We enable them with outstanding customer service at lower costs on the one hand side, and it's managed by them. So our platform is really about enabling business users, give them the power, and decrease the dependency on developers. You can, of course, still fully code on our platform, but the main objective is to fully enable business users out there. And how do we do that? It's very simple. It's one of the key reasons why our customers like us. We have a low-code, no-code graphical editor. So literally everyone can use it to build a virtual agent within seconds. You can drag it, you can drop it, you can just insert things, and it ships with 22 languages for now, and we're adding new languages constantly. And we also have pre-built integrations, and that's a really powerful tool set because we have standard integrations to Facebook Messenger, to Google, to SAP, to Salesforce. So any backend system where the data is stored, we can securely connect it. And you as a business user, as a team leader of a call center or a customer service team, because you guys have the knowledge, what do customers say, what do they want, why do they call? You can build your own meaningful bots within seconds in any specific channel. And that is the true power of the tool, to really enable you to make it easy with drag and drop features. In reality, how does it look like on a specific customer case? We don't really differentiate whether it's text or voice, even though voice is way more powerful. We have connected more than 30 channels. So these are just some examples of the channels we have connected because they're the most convenient one. They're the most convenient ones. So for example, WhatsApp is used by almost 60 million Germans, similar for Facebook Messenger, or whether it's more business focused with Slack or Microsoft Teams, just to give you an idea. And these are pre-built. So if you become a Cognigy client, you got them from day one. And on the other side, when it comes to voice, we can hook into any Zipline, Genesys, Cisco, Avaya. So these are technology partners of ours. So we can fully integrate into a call center. And then the logic you built in our software as a business users can then be outplayed in the specific channel, meaning you build the info once, the authentication and so on, because it's of course important. And then it's channel specific output. So if you have a request about your bill on WhatsApp, we can use the power features WhatsApp offers. So like widgets, galleries, buttons, and you can even send the invoice after authentication via the number as a PDF via voice. That of course doesn't make any sense. In that case, we would then just have the output via what is the invoice amount, when is it due, has it been paid? So it's channel specific, but the logic you build it once and you save an enormous amount of time. I've seen before some people are always keen on numbers, and here are some across industry, across clients. So roughly we can say 3 out of 10 calls can fully be deflected, 30%. And we also see a remarkable increase in agent productivity. And that is an important point because Cognigy is really about empowering agents and relieving them because it's a scarce resource. They have to do a lot of topics at the same time. And we really want to empower them because we didn't fly as a human mankind to the moon 55 years ago that a human being on the phone line has to reset a password. Today, that is something a bot can do within a second on any channel at any time on any channel, which is convenient for for a customer in the end. And when it comes to that, we are fully agnostic. So we just integrate what's convenient for our clients or respectively for the clients of our customers. Talking about customers, we clearly address enterprises. These are some references here, but we have more clients than that. One very easy example is Lufthansa. They really face a challenging year. I don't have to explain it, I believe, but they are getting overrun with requests. What about my flight? What about security regulations in Italy? Can I take hand luggage to the flight? What about my child? I'm a father myself, so does my child have to wear a mask? And all these questions in various languages at various time points on various channels want to be answered in real time. And that is something we enable Lufthansa to do and also other clients. Obviously, I work in sales, so I love Cognigy and I love working at Cognigy, but it's not just me speaking nicely about Cognigy. It's also Gartner. We've been awarded a couple of times. We are a cool vendor, and we also have some nice reviews from our clients, which are very happy with us. And also when it comes to our NLU, so really the key algorithm behind our software, we outperform IBM, Microsoft, and Google because we do that with a very very specialized approach. And yeah, we do that with a fully motivated team. So please feel free to shoot some questions and challenge me and challenge us. Everybody's more than invited to go to cognigy.com/start. You get the full feature set for 30 days, no hook. We just need your name and your email, and you can get started and build your own virtual agent and give it a try. Thanks.
All right, thanks very much. Can I say Silas or Silas?
Silas. It's
Silas.
just, for English, yeah.
Since this field is getting more and more crowded of different approaches and products, what would you say is that's pretty impressive to be Gartner Cool Vendor and outperforming all the other ones? What would you say is the edge of your company or your product?
Well, main reason for customer buying us is we also offer on-prem. So we offer SaaS dedicated on-prem, and the majority of our clients really wants on-prem, especially in terms of GDPR. That is also something we can fully guarantee, especially for insurances and especially German companies. And yeah, the visual editor is like the key feature we have because it really enables business users and decreases dependency from developers because that's a very scarce resource everybody wants to have, but not everybody gets.
Understood. And since you spoke about your outperforming NLU, you have to train that, obviously, if you do on-prem. And if you very highly comply with GDPR, how would you cross-train those models, or you simply don't?
Well, we have the NLU, how it ships. Yeah. It always has a high performance, and then it learns by itself, and it's fully visualized. So that is something you can export and then adjust. But we have an intent trainer where the business users can select, okay, that's an intent which hasn't been understood. And then you can map it to the intent. And that's basically how it learns every day incrementally, step by step.
Got it. And there's one question I forgot to ask a previous speaker, Eric, but there are probably some things that such an AI can never answer. What would be your feeling? What are the cases where you say, no, we step away from that, or the engine just doesn't do it?
Yeah, I mean, let's reference Knight Rider. The AI was able to understand irony and these kind of things. And that is nothing an AI can do. So that's also my point of relieving agents. Whenever it's a complex case, too much words, irony, and these kind of things required, we always have escalation paths in our tool. You should always talk to a human. If it's repetitive and stupid, administrative, then a bot can do the work.
How many languages do you do?
Currently, it's 22.
Okay. So covering all Europe, I guess.
Yeah, we do cover Europe, except for some, let's say, niche languages. For example, like Slovenia, just 2 million people. But if there's a Slovenian client, we can integrate it quite quickly.
And since Eric made the statement that next year will be the year of the bots, what would you say is happening next year from your perspective, from the Cognigy perspective? What are the innovations we can expect?
That's a good thing. It's a good question.
What do you have in the pipeline for your product, maybe?
So voice is becoming bigger and bigger. That's very techy features like specialized features, barge in, and these kind of things. Neural voices, because we're agnostic, so we integrate with Yandex, Nuance, Azure, and Amazon, for example. So you can pick any neural voice. And for example, we have a prospect with Swiss German, very special, and that will develop. So neural voices will develop, and then we're open to integrate it.
All right, cool. Thanks a lot, Silas. Thanks for your time. That was really interesting at the end. And if you want to reach out to Silas, please find his contacts in the app or in the chat.
Great, thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, everyone. This is the end of the hybrid area. It's not the end of Rise of AI. Now we have on the main stage more about robots, if you like that topic. And there will be obviously the final speech. It was a great pleasure to host you here with all the guests. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed yesterday and today. I learned a lot of things. Thanks so much for listening, and good night. Und jetzt die Wettervorhersage.